Hanley flicked his finger, and a green light flew into the fire, causing it to roar and surge several feet high. Suddenly, the voice of Li Hueyuan came from within, clear and concise. "Come to the Green Wave Cave immediately. Your master has something to discuss with you." As soon as the message was conveyed, the flame made a light crackling sound and dispersed into countless sparks, vanishing without a trace. Hanley listened calmly, then rubbed his nose and proceeded to his bedroom. In the bedroom, Hanley pulled out a small wooden box from under the stone bed. Inside were a dozen or so storage bags of various designs. He took one out, emptied the pile of talismans inside, sorted them by type and grade, and placed them into different bags. Afterward, he pushed the box back into place and hesitated for a moment before leaving the bedroom, heading straight for the entrance of the cave. Standing on the Wind God boat, Hanley reminisced about the past 4 years of his cultivation and talisman crafting, his expression somewhat solemn. When he first sealed the cave, Hanley simultaneously cultivated and secretly established a secluded medicinal garden within the cave. Although small, it was enough to cultivate the herbs needed for alchemy. This way, during seclusion, he didn't have to worry about others discovering the herbs needed for cultivation. He could be self-sufficient without leaving the cave. For this purpose, he specifically opened countless small hidden holes on the top of the medicinal garden's rocky wall to allow sunlight to shine in and nourish the herbs. Of course, these holes were undoubtedly within the coverage of the large array, so there was no need to worry about being discovered. As for the large medicinal garden outside, Hanley planned to use it as a decoy. With the small medicinal garden, Hanley could cultivate spiritual medicines while refining pills with innate true fire. Although true fire was inferior to earth fire, it was safe and reliable, and he didn't have to worry about failed refinements. The pills refined from ancient recipes were indeed extraordinary. When Hanley took the qi refining powder, he experienced the feeling of bursting spiritual energy reminiscent of when he built the foundation. It shocked him into immediately meditating to refine it, not daring to be negligent. Such astonishing effects naturally caused his mana to advance by leaps and bounds in the first year, far beyond his expectations. This luxurious method of pill consumption allowed Hanley to completely save time absorbing spiritual energy and focus entirely on refining mana. The effectiveness of mana advancement increased several times over. This made Hanley ecstatic for a while. Relearning the threefold Qingyuan sword technique became a very likely possibility. Although the Qingyuan sword technique did indeed, as others said, experience a strange phenomenon where mana would decrease every few days, with Hanley taking a packet of qi refining powder every 6 or 7 days, this flaw could be completely ignored. During this time, Hanley also curiously took a foundation establishment pill once, but the effect was minimal, completely dispelling any thoughts of continuing. However, in the following 3 years, something unexpected happened. Starting from the 2nd year, After taking the chi refining powder, the feeling of abundant spiritual energy gradually diminished to the point where it was even less than the previous year. By the 4th year, it reached a point where, just like when he took the golden marrow pill and yellow dragon pill, it no longer had any effect. No matter how many pills he took, he couldn't sense any spiritual energy. Now, Hanley was troubled and perplexed. Because this was definitely not due to mana advancement, the spiritual energy provided by the chi refining powder couldn't keep up with his progress. With the properties of this powder, even if he continued to take it until the later stages of foundation establishment, there shouldn't have been any problems. This was a pill refined according to ancient recipes. Even cultivators in the core formation stage might still find it effective. This was completely different from the failure of the golden marrow pill and yellow dragon pill, where the pill's potency couldn't keep up with his cultivation level, something he had anticipated long ago. After much contemplation, Han Li, using his previous medical knowledge, came to a conclusion he wasn't sure was correct. It was possible that due to the frequent consumption of this potent chi refining powder, his body developed a certain resistance, causing the pill to gradually lose its effectiveness. He couldn't verify this conclusion. After all, in the cultivation world, no one had ever practiced such a luxurious method of taking pills every few days. There were no precedents to refer to and no experiences to draw from. But Han Li still hoped that, by stopping the consumption of this pill for a period of time, its effectiveness would return. With this in mind, Han Li stopped taking the pill in the last year and instead resumed practicing the threefold Qingyuan sword technique through normal means. However, accustomed to the rapid advancement in mana from consuming spiritual medicines, he found it unbearable to practice diligently through conventional methods. Moreover, if he were to follow these methods, even completing one round within his lifetime would be a luxury. Enduring a year of slow progress akin to crawling, Han Li was ultimately extremely disappointed. After consuming the chi refining powder again, it still had no effect. It seemed that the pill had completely lost its effectiveness, and he had to find other spiritual medicines. So, in this situation, even if Li Hueyuan hadn't used a voice transmission talisman to summon him, Han Li intended to leave the cave. After all, he still had an ancient recipe ingredient that hadn't been collected. Only by refining this concentrated spirit pill could his mana possibly advance again. Additionally, he planned to search for more pill recipes. If the concentrated spirit pill became ineffective like the chi refining powder, Han Li would have to switch to a different pill every few years. As for talisman crafting, it progressed smoothly. Every day, he set aside half a day to practice low-level spells that he could cast instantly, relentlessly crafting talismans without sparing any materials. This extravagant and wasteful method, unimaginable to other talisman craftsmen, allowed Han Li's talisman crafting skills to soar. Now, he could barely produce primary high-grade talismans, albeit with a pitiful success rate. He had decided that during his next seclusion, he would begin practicing intermediate-level spells and attempt to craft intermediate-grade talismans. These were his main goals in talisman crafting. Furthermore, during seclusion, in addition to the qi refining powder, Hanley also took advantage of the relatively idle time to refine 7 or 8 appearance-stabilizing pills. He was curious to see if they could indeed maintain his appearance. Of course, Hanley was delighted by the prospect. After all, no one wanted to grow old, even though the aging of cultivators' bodies was extremely slow. At this moment, due to the failure of the pills, Hanley was greatly annoyed. However, he was still curious about why his master Li Hueyuan suddenly wanted to see him after 4 years and actively sought him out. With a mind full of thoughts, Hanley arrived at the Green Wave Cave. However, upon transmitting his voice inside, the one who opened the prohibition was not the eldest senior brother as before, but a handsome young man in his 20s. Without waiting for Li to speak, the young man turned around and walked away without a word, leaving Li puzzled as he touched his face. Is my face really that repulsive? Feeling somewhat frustrated, Li followed behind. They didn't exchange a word and arrived directly at the main hall for receiving guests. Sitting in the hall were 3 people, with 2 others standing beside them. Seated were Li Hueyuan and his wife, along with an unfamiliar woman in red. She appeared to be in her 30s, still attractive, but her face was cold, emitting a murderous aura rarely seen in cultivators. At the moment, Li Hueyuan was talking to the woman, and from his expression and words, it seemed he held her in high regard. Standing beside them were 2 people. Li's 4th senior brother, Song Meng, whom he had met before, and a girl of 18 or 19, also dressed in red. She had a beautiful appearance, but there was a hint of charm in her brows and eyes, seemingly related to the woman in red. Li, come and meet your senior sister, Hong Fu. As soon as he saw Li enter, Li Hueyuan happily called out, and the young man, Wu Xuan, silently went to stand next to Song Meng. Senior sister Hong Fu. Although Li didn't understand what was going on, he naturally followed the proper etiquette. After hearing Li's greeting, the woman in red didn't immediately respond. Instead, she carefully scrutinized him from head to toe. After a while, a faint smile appeared on her face, and she somewhat stiffly replied, not bad. He, it seems senior sister Hong Fu is quite satisfied. Although my disciple's appearance is a bit ordinary, he is a true foundation establishment cultivator and is clever and sensible. He has won my heart. Seeing the woman in red looking quite satisfied, Li Hueyuan immediately smiled and praised Li. What do you mean, satisfied? Upon hearing this, Li felt increasingly uneasy. Later, as Li Hueyuan continued to praise him incessantly, Li's sense of foreboding grew stronger. He noticed that the young girl had been stealing glances at him since he entered the room, her expression filled with displeasure. Moreover, when the woman in red praised him, she seemed to stiffen slightly, quickly lowering her head. At the same time, A hostile gaze swept towards Han Li, causing him to glance back in surprise, only to find his seventh senior brother, Wu Xuan, whom he had just brought in. When Wu Xuan sensed Han Li's gaze, a look of surprise flashed across his face, and he immediately averted his eyes, appearing somewhat guilty. Seeing this, Han Li was even more puzzled. However, he maintained his usual calm demeanor, unintentionally displaying a sense of composure that impressed the woman in red. Yes, this is the one. I find him quite suitable. I'll take Xuaner back first, and then wait patiently for junior brother's decision. The woman in red nodded and suddenly spoke. Sister, rest assured, I will make the arrangements when the time comes. Seeing the woman about to leave, Li Hueyuan hastily agreed to something, and together with the young woman, they got up to see them off. Then, while Han Li was still puzzled, the woman in red and her disciple left. When Li Hueyuan and his wife, along with Han Li and the others, returned to the main hall, their faces were full of joy. Even the silent young woman was smiling. Once they were seated again, the couple kept scrutinizing Han Li, making him feel uneasy. What were they up to? Han Li, I must congratulate you first. After staring at Han Li with delight for a while, Li Hueyuan suddenly blurted out, catching Han Li off guard. Disciple truly doesn't know what there is to be congratulated about, and I hope Master will enlighten me. Han Li suppressed the ominous feeling in his heart and respectfully replied. This is a great opportunity. Senior sister Hong Fu has taken a liking to you and intends for you to become partners in double cultivation with her disciple. Before Li Hueyuan could respond, his wife unraveled the mystery, leaving Han Li dumbfounded for a moment. Partners in double cultivation. Han Li murmured to himself, caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. What do you think? This is an opportunity that others can only dream of. You should know that there aren't many female disciples on the mountain, and even fewer who have successfully formed their foundation. Double cultivation is an excellent method to enhance both male and female cultivators' progress. Others would search high and low for such an opportunity. Li Hueyuan explained with delight. For him, establishing a relationship with the powerful senior sister Hong Fu would be greatly beneficial. After all, senior sister Hong Fu was one of the top-ranking foundation establishment cultivators in the entire Yue country's cultivation world. Moreover, she was second only to the patriarch in the Yellow Maple Valley and was among the most powerful cultivators there. Thinking about the benefits of having a disciple-in-law, Li Hueyuan, usually stern and traditional, couldn't help but smile. As for your qualifications, there's nothing to be picky about. Senior sister's disciple, the girl standing next to her, although not as outstanding as you, has managed to form her foundation with some difficulty. If it weren't for her being a close relative of senior sister, she probably wouldn't have received such special attention. Li Hueyuan continued to explain. After a pause, he sighed and added, to be honest, I didn't initially consider recommending you. Instead, I summoned your seventh senior brother. Despite his appearance and qualifications being superior to yours, he failed to impress senior sister. Although I noticed some interest from that dong girl. After saying this, Li Hueyuan glanced at Wu Xuan, causing his face to turn red and appear somewhat embarrassed. Han Li suddenly realized that his senior brother's coldness and hostility towards him were probably due to being eliminated as a candidate. It seemed he had taken a liking to the girl. However, Li Hueyuan's mention of the Dong girl occasionally reminded Han Li of the incident where he killed senior brother Lu. That senior brother Lu seemed to mention the names of the Dong girl and senior sister Hong Fu that night. Could it be that the girl he had an affair with was this woman? Thinking of this, Han Li felt extremely uncomfortable, and his impression of senior sister Hong Fu's disciple plummeted, losing any goodwill he had. Despite considering Li Hueyuan's analysis, his initial interest was completely extinguished. In fact, Han Li wasn't particularly opposed to double cultivation, especially with another disciple of a foundation establishment cultivator. There were countless benefits to becoming cultivation partners. However, his reluctance stemmed from his many secrets. He couldn't afford to have someone so close to him. Now, Han Li was even less inclined to agree to this absurd proposal. He had no interest in picking up someone else's girlfriend. Moreover, judging by the Dong girl's demeanor, she probably only had eyes for handsome and charming men, not someone like him. With these thoughts in mind, Han Li hesitated and awkwardly spoke up. I still find this matter somewhat inappropriate. Firstly, it's too sudden, and I'm not mentally prepared for it. Secondly, it seems that senior sister's disciple is not pleased with me. Although she may be pressured by her master to form a partnership, forcing it won't lead to a happy outcome. I suggest master find other candidates. There may be someone more suitable. After hearing these words from Han Li, it was evident that he was refusing, which surprised Li Hueyuan and his wife. While Li Hueyuan remained composed, his wife seemed to understand something and remained silent. However, his master frowned slightly, showing signs of displeasure. You heard it yourself. I promised senior sister Hong Fu about this matter. I can't go back on my word. Even if there are more suitable candidates, I won't go back on my promise. As for your concern about the Dong girl's feelings, it's unnecessary worry. We cultivators have many cultivation partners who initially weren't compatible. They became harmonious after spending time together. Li Hueyuan's tone became stern, with a hint of reprimand. Han Li inwardly lamented at this turn of events. Finding an excuse to refuse immediately was proving to be quite difficult. However, just as he was grappling with the situation, the wife suddenly spoke, surprising Li Hueyuan and providing Han Li with a way out. Han Li, you entered the valley around the same time as the Dong girl, and there isn't much difference in the time it took for both of you to form your foundations. Have you heard any rumors during this time? What rumors? Li Hueyuan was taken aback by his wife's words and asked in surprise. Then, seeing Han Li's silent confirmation, he was even more surprised. These are just some fragments of conversation I heard when chatting with a few close friends. It shouldn't be taken seriously. The wife bit her lip, looking reluctant to speak. You two, leave us. For a moment, only Han Li will stay. Li Hueyuan, after some contemplation, suddenly waved his hand, instructing the two disciples, Song Meng and Wu Xuan, who were standing by, to leave the room. This left only Han Li with his master. Song Meng didn't seem to mind and left after bowing, but Wu Xuan, though obedient to his master's command, still looked somewhat unwilling. His gaze towards Han Li was particularly strange, prompting Han Li to ponder over it. There are no outsiders here now, madam, so please speak candidly. I need to consider this matter carefully and ensure there are no oversights, Li Hueyuan said solemnly. The young woman glanced at Han Li, and seeing his puzzled expression, finally spoke, scratching her head with a wry smile. A couple of years ago, I unintentionally heard some rumors that may or may not be true. People said that this disciple of Sister Hong Fu seemed rather loose in matters of romance during the foundation establishment stage, entangling herself with several male disciples. There were even rumors of private duels fought over her, almost leading to self-harm among fellow disciples. When Sister Hong Fu learned of this, she was furious and confined her to her cave until she reached foundation establishment. But not long after, there were rumors again, suggesting she had gotten involved with the son of the Feng family and even expressed intentions to dual cultivate with him. However, Sister Hong Fu has always detested the Feng family, so naturally, she wouldn't agree to it and once again restricted her. For the next 2 years, there were no further rumors. Since there was no solid evidence, I've never been interested in these matters, so when Sister Hong Fu and her disciple visited just now, I didn't recall them. But seeing Han Li looking quite unwilling, I found it strange and suddenly remembered. The young woman's explanation left Han Li and Li Hueyuan dumbfounded. Li Hueyuan never expected the reputation of the young lady surnamed Dong to be so tarnished, and he regretted agreeing so readily to Sister Hong Fu's request. Han Li, on the other hand, was surprised to learn that this young lady not only had ambiguous ties with Brother Lu, but also had so many unverified romantic entanglements, leaving him speechless once again. Madam, is what you said true? The disciple of Sister Hong Fu has such a tarnished reputation. Li Hueyuan couldn't sit still any longer and stood up, finding it hard to believe. He then paced around the hall anxiously. This was no longer just a matter of whether Han Li was willing to dual cultivate. If he were to accept such a woman as his disciple, Li Hueyuan's reputation would also suffer. I don't know, because these things are just hearsay. Even the people telling these stories probably don't know if they're true. The young woman sighed helplessly. Han Li rolled his eyes internally at her words, silently exclaiming, whether they're true or not, at the very least, this girl definitely had some kind of relationship with that Brother Lu. Or else, why would Brother Lu readily commit the act of killing his former lover? Of course, Han Li wouldn't voice these thoughts out loud. He just stood there awkwardly, pretending to be satisfied with the explanation. Seeing this, Li Hueyuan immediately felt a headache coming on. Now that this matter had come to light, Li Hueyuan couldn't force Han Li to agree to it anymore, and he even had second thoughts himself. However, Sister Hong Fu was not someone who would easily break her promises, and there was no good reason for him to renege. This left him extremely troubled. After packing back and forth in the hall for a while, Li Hueyuan was still at a loss. Then, he noticed Han Li still standing there nervously, waiting for his master's response. Feeling even more frustrated, he said unkindly, "You can go now. I'll let you know how to handle this matter after I discuss it with your master." Relieved that the other party didn't forcefully insist on the matter, Han Li immediately felt a weight lift off his shoulders and happily left the cave. Then, under the surprised gazes of Song Meng and Wu Xuan waiting outside the hall, Han Li hastily flew away from the cave. Half a month later, Li Hueyuan and his wife, along with Sister Hong Fu, bid farewell to two people by the waterfall at the Green Wave Cave. Despite the somewhat stiff expressions on their faces, the two nodded repeatedly, agreeing to everything, without the excitement one would expect from people about to embark on a journey. These two individuals, a man and a woman, were none other than Han Li and Dong Xuaner, the disciple of Sister Hong Fu. "Han Li, you two must support each other on this journey and be careful all the way. I heard that the cultivation world hasn't been very peaceful lately. There have been reports of cultivators disappearing one after another. Initially, it was just chi condensation cultivators, but recently, even Foundation establishment cultivators have met with accidents." Li Hueyuan gave Han Li some simple instructions before they departed, which moved Han Li considerably. However, the farewell words from Sister Hong Fu to the young woman opened Han Li's eyes. "On this journey, you must listen to your senior brother Han and follow the rules. If you cause any trouble again, don't blame me for disregarding the bond between master and disciple." The words of Sister Hong Fu were harsh, and the young woman's face turned pale, nodding repeatedly without speaking, looking pitiful. Thus, Han Li and Dong Xuaner flew away on their flying vessels, heading south and disappearing into the horizon. Watching the fading light spots of the two, Li Hueyuan suddenly felt worried and said to Sister Hong Fu, "Sister, are you really at ease letting them represent us to participate in the Yen family's treasure contest? You know both of them have only recently reached Foundation establishment and have no hope whatsoever." "What's wrong, Brother Li? Do you think it's because you're worried about damaging your reputation by not sending your most capable disciple? Or do you have some regrets about the Kyankun Tower treasure that the Yen family has brought out?" Sister Hong Fu gave Li Hueyuan a sidelong glance, speaking straightforwardly with a wry smile. "Brother Li, your wife is indeed a wise helper. Actually, I do have something like that in mind. If she and your disciple can develop feelings on this journey and achieve something good, that would be the best outcome. But that's not my main intention. My main goal is to let this girl experience some setbacks through the Yen family's event and curb her arrogance. Because I heard that the Yen family's genius, a little girl with heavenly spirit root, will also attend the event. This way, she can understand the gap between herself and true geniuses and not think too highly of herself among female cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. In the past, because she was the only surviving descendant of my deceased brother, I spoiled her too much. It allowed her to dare to do some improper things, to entangle herself with male disciples, and ruin her reputation as a daughter. If it weren't for a few times when I checked her body and found that she was still pure, I would have punished her long ago to prevent everyone from thinking that our Dong family had a shameless woman. The woman in red spoke coldly, her words seeming to hint at something. Li Hueyuan and his wife, hearing the meaning behind her words, looked at each other, both showing embarrassment. That day, Li Hueyuan and his wife reluctantly brought up the matter of the disciples' regret to Sister Hong Fu. To their surprise, the usually bad-tempered Sister Hong Fu sighed lightly and agreed. This left the two of them overjoyed. But Sister Hong Fu proposed a condition, hoping that Han Li would accompany Dong Xuener on a trip to participate in the recent treasure contest hosted by the Yen family. This treasure contest was an event organized by the Yen family, the #1 family in Yue Kingdom's cultivation world. They invited disciples from high-level cultivator families from nearby countries to gather together for the sake of building relationships, which would be beneficial for the Yen family's future development. Therefore, they offered the legendary treasure, the Kyankun Tower, as the grand prize for this event, along with many other treasures, magical artifacts, and elixirs. Therefore, many disciples at the foundation establishment stage who received invitations from the Yen family still sent their strongest disciples to participate in this event. After all, even foundation establishment cultivators coveted the Kyankun Tower treasure. Of course, due to the distance, the likelihood of cultivators at the foundation establishment stage from outside Yue Kingdom sending representatives was not very high, and the participants would mostly be from Yue Kingdom itself. After hearing the condition, Li Hueyuan initially felt that it was a waste to send Han Li, whose cultivation level was still weak, to participate in the event. But after some thought, since his strongest second disciple was currently away and couldn't make it to the event, sending other disciples would have no chance of winning the top prize. If they obtained lower ranks and received some magical artifacts, he wouldn't even value them. So he agreed. Li Hueyuan and his wife thought the matter was settled and were about to take their leave. But unexpectedly, Sister Hong Fu suddenly wanted to keep the wife behind, saying there were some things she wanted to discuss in private. This left Li Hueyuan, who was full of doubts, driven out. Half a day later, when the wife returned from Sister Hong Fu's cave, she told Li Hueyuan an astonishing piece of news. To the surprise of Li Hueyuan and his wife, Sister Hong Fu, the senior marshal sister, examined Dong Xuener's blush-red arms right then and there in the back room. The result of using the virtue-preserving guardian sand showed that her chastity remained intact, which greatly astonished Han Li's master's wife. Judging from her facial expressions, Dong Xuaner didn't seem inexperienced in worldly matters. When the couple pretended to be ignorant and readily agreed to the dual cultivation matter, there was some ambiguity behind their consent. However, they never expected that this woman's reputation was already tarnished, which led to their change of heart for the sake of their reputation. In the woman's astonishment, Hong Fu explained to her that her disciple chose to practice the top-tier technique spring transformation for its remarkable anti-aging effects. The alluring appearance was merely a superficial effect brought about by practicing this technique. Therefore, some cultivators proficient in the art of identifying virgins, after seeing Dong Xuaner a few times, naturally assumed she had lost her virginity, gradually spreading many unfavorable rumors about her. Of course, this disciple did indeed lack self-respect, entangling herself with some male disciples. However, due to the enchanting effects of the spring transformation technique and her special status, no male cultivators surrounded her like moths to a flame, which was quite an unusual sight. But as more male cultivators gathered around her, Dong Xuaner began to develop a strange desire for any young man who caught her fancy, even inciting jealousy among these men for her own amusement. Fortunately, Sister Hong Fu promised that the condition for letting this girl practice the spring transformation technique was that she must remain chaste. If her virtue-preserving guardian sand were to disappear, Sister Hong Fu, as her master, would immediately nullify her cultivation, reducing her to a mortal again. This was to prevent Dong Xuaner, who had acquired some seductive skills due to practicing the spring transformation technique, from tarnishing the reputation of the Dong family. Therefore, under this life-threatening constraint, although Dong Xuaner often flirted with those male cultivators, she still didn't dare to go too far. But her good deeds gradually reached the ears of Sister Hong Fu, a foundation establishment female cultivator, who was extremely shocked and angry. She severely punished Dong Xuaner and immediately confined her for a period of time. However, it was too late. Dong Xuaner's impure reputation had already spread throughout the entire Huangfeng Valley. Once such a thing spread, it was impossible to explain it clearly. Even Sister Hong Fu, a foundation establishment cultivator, was helpless. At this point, even if those reputation-conscious cultivators knew that Dong Xuaner was still chaste, they would not risk their reputations to form a dual cultivation partnership with her. However, due to the nature of the spring transformation technique, Dong Xuaner had reached the stage where she must engage in dual cultivation with others, or else her cultivation would stagnate and even regress. And those male cultivators who still pursued Dong Xuaner were not considered satisfactory by Sister Hong Fu, who was concerned about their character and intentions. Thus, the trip to Li Hueyuan's cave and the decision to target Han Li. After hearing all of this, the woman returned to Li Hueyuan's side with a very embarrassed expression and recounted the whole story, leaving them both speechless for a while. Although the couple did misunderstand Dong Xuaner's innocence, as Sister Hong Fu said, even if she was truly chaste, Li Hueyuan was unwilling to let his disciple form a dual cultivation partnership with her due to her tarnished reputation, which would greatly damage his own reputation. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel guilty towards senior sister Hong Fu. But to make up for his guilt towards sister Hong Fu, Li Hueyuan naturally wouldn't hinder Han Li's participation in the treasure contest. Instead, he tried his best to facilitate it, resulting in Han Li and Dong Xuaner's journey. According to Li Hueyuan's thoughts, even if Han Li and Dong Xuaner really went on this trip, there wouldn't be any entanglements between them. Instead, his seventh disciple, Wu Xuan, had become infatuated with Dong Xuaner since the day they met. He even mustered up the courage a few days ago to ask Li Hueyuan to mention it to sister Hong Fu again, to see if he could still fulfill his good intentions towards Dong Xuaner. Facing a deficit with sister Hong Fu, Li Hueyuan naturally wouldn't agree to such absurdity. After sternly reprimanding his disciple, he sent him out to handle matters within the sect, lest he cause trouble again within the mountain. Although after his reprimand, Wu Xuan seemed much more obedient and went out to handle things as ordered, Li Hueyuan still clearly felt that this disciple was still not entirely reformed, which made him somewhat headache-inducing. After seeing off the two, Sister Hong Fu chatted with the couple for a while before taking her leave. Li Hueyuan and his wife then entered the Green Wave Cave and began their daily cultivation, temporarily putting aside the matter of Han Li and Dong Xuaner. As the leading family in Yue Kingdom, the Yan family's foundation was in the inconspicuous Linju among the 13 states of Yue Kingdom. Not only was the size of the state average, but the population was also moderate, making it a very mediocre place. Qingliang City was an ordinary small city in Linju, with nothing notable except for the nearby picturesque Yanliang Mountain. The Yan family's main stronghold, Yanling Fortress, was located within Yanliang Mountain. At this moment, Han Li held a piece of paper in his hand, which was the invitation letter for the treasure contest. The location of the event written on it was Yanling Fortress. After reviewing the invitation again to confirm its accuracy, Han Li carefully put it away. However, he was met with a sarcastic remark from a woman. "You're really a worrywart, checking the invitation 5 or 6 times front and back. You have quite the neurotic tendencies." The woman's voice was soft but filled with a deep, magnetic tone, capable of arousing certain fantasies in men's minds and leading them astray. However, Han Li remained unmoved, as if he hadn't heard her at all. Instead, he raised his hand, and 3 bowl-sized fireballs shot out from his hand, bursting in the sky above. Then he calmly said, "If the Yan family's people don't come to pick us up soon, we'll leave here first and come back tomorrow if they still don't show up. If Junior Marshall's sister is not too tired to argue, she might as well fly up high and look around to see if there are any others nearby, just in case. Senior brother Han, you're being overly cautious. We're at the gate of the Yan family. Do you think there's any danger here? You're just making a fuss for no reason." Dong Xuan'er pouted her red lips lazily. She leaned against an ancient pine tree, stretching lazily, showing no intention of obeying. At this moment, Han Li and the young woman were on a small mountain peak, waiting for something to happen. This was supposed to be the place where guests were picked up as mentioned in the invitation, but they had been here for some time and still hadn't seen anyone from the Yan family. This made Han Li a bit impatient, fearing that something unexpected might happen. However, Miss Dong, dismissing Han Li's caution, thought it was just Han Li being overly timid. It had been 7 or 8 days since the two left Green Wave Cave. However, along the way, the two seemed to be naturally at odds with each other, finding each other very disagreeable. The ambiguous feelings that should have arisen between a man and a woman did not exist between them at all. Dong Xuan'er's fox-like charm and seduction, which had always worked wonders on other male cultivators, for some reason had no effect on Han Li. Instead, her willful nature surfaced soon after their departure, erupting in temper tantrums due to her inability to control Han Li. But Han Li didn't fall for her tricks, completely ignoring her unreasonable behavior, simply saying, "I will report sister's behavior truthfully to senior sister Hong Fu," which immediately subdued Dong Xuan'er. Although the girl was used to being spoiled, she also knew that sister Hong Fu was truly angry because of her reputation this time. The warning before they left was serious. If the annoying guy in front of her really spoke ill of her in front of her master, she would definitely be severely reprimanded, and even being confined again was not impossible. Thinking of life in confinement, Dong Xuan'er couldn't help but shudder. Although she still refused to show weakness on the surface, she no longer dared to act recklessly. And Han Li didn't make things difficult for her too much. He even let the girl take some verbal advantage occasionally, not caring at all. But as soon as Dong Xuan'er went too far, he would unceremoniously mention senior sister Hong Fu, immediately suppressing Dong Xuan'er, leaving her no room to maneuver. After all, before they left, sister Hong Fu had told Dong Xuan'er to listen to Han Li. So, along the way, one was constantly mocking and taunting the other, while the other, seemingly oblivious, kept walking forward. But as soon as the silent one mentioned senior sister Hong Fu, the one who was originally eloquent would immediately change his or her expression, not daring to be too presumptuous. So the two bumped along the road during the day and rested at night. Finally, after several days, they arrived at Yanling Mountain and found this peak. But unexpectedly, the Yan family, who should have appeared long ago, was nowhere to be seen. After waiting for almost half a day, Han Li began to feel impatient. Perhaps the impatience of the two had an effect, as 2 black dots suddenly appeared in the sky to the west of the mountain peak. Following them were 2 huge double-headed strange eagles flying closer. They were precisely the twin-headed widgeons that Han Li had seen at the Tai Nan Association, with a man and a woman riding on each. As soon as she saw outsiders, Dong Xuan'er, who had been lazy, immediately became alert, straightening up and curiously staring at the approaching twin-headed Widgeons. "I apologize for the delay. I am Yan Yu, and this is my younger sister, Yan Ling. We are here to escort you to Yanling Fortress," said the man riding one of the Widgeons as they flew to the mountain peak. As soon as they landed, the man spoke apologetically. "No problem, we just arrived not long ago." Han Li hadn't spoken yet, but Dong Xuan'er, seeing that Yan Yu was an extremely heroic man, immediately brightened up and said with a soft and charming voice, which sounded extremely pleasant to Han Li's ears. Had he not witnessed her willful behavior in recent days, Han Li might have mistaken this woman for a young lady of a noble family just by hearing her voice. Yan Yu, of course, was unaware of all this. Seeing the beautiful Dong Xuan'er in front of him and hearing her soft words, he couldn't help but feel a strange feeling, straightening up and saying loudly. In fact, there were Yan family disciples waiting for distinguished guests here. However, there was an accident with the disciple who was supposed to receive guests, so there was no one here for a while, almost neglecting the two of you. On behalf of the Yan family, I apologize and hope you won't take offense." Dong Xuan'er smiled and was about to say something when she suddenly heard Han Li's faint voice in her ear. "Aren't you afraid of senior sister Hong Fu's blame with such behavior?" Upon hearing this, Dong Xuan'er's face changed drastically. She opened her mouth a few times but couldn't speak, leaving Yan Yu and Yan Ling somewhat puzzled by this strange situation. Yan Ling was a lively girl of 15 or 16 years old, with a lively appearance and bright black eyes that kept darting between Han Li and Dong Xuan'er, giving the impression of extreme cleverness. As Junior Marshall's sister said, "It's fine to be a little late. I believe that the Yan family would not intentionally neglect us invited guests. But I am curious, Yan brother, what kind of accident could have happened to the disciple who was supposed to receive guests? Did he have a conflict with some guests?" Hanley coughed lightly after stopping Dong Xuan'er from using her charming techniques recklessly, and then politely inquired about the so-called accident jokingly. "Oh, this." Yan Yu's face showed a trace of embarrassment when he heard Han Li's words, as if he had some concerns and couldn't speak openly. "Han Li, since Brother Yu has some inconvenience, it's better not to make trouble for him. Let's go to Yanling Fortress early and take a look. There should be many people there by now, right?" "Yes, let's go to Yanling Fortress. Many other guests have arrived, and they are discussing cultivation experiences and exchanging ideas. It would be great for you two to join them." Seeing Yan Yu hesitate, Dong Xuan'er suddenly spoke up for him. This made Yan Yu breathe a sigh of relief and quickly agreed, feeling even more fond of Dong Xuan'er. However, Yan Ling, standing beside them, vaguely sensed Dong Xuan'er's malicious intent and pouted in dissatisfaction. This time, Han Li didn't do anything to Dong Xuan'er. He just smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. "Then please lead the way, Brother Yan and Sister Yan. We'll follow you too." Yan Yu's face brightened when he heard that Han Li didn't pursue the matter further. However, he seemed to remember something and said somewhat apologetically, "Before we proceed, I need to check your invitation cards. Please don't mind." Although Yan Yu said it politely, Han Li could clearly feel that his tone was mostly directed at Dong Shuhener, indicating that this Yan family disciple was already falling into Dong Shuhener's gentle trap. Han Li secretly chuckled a few times and didn't bother to inquire about Dong Shuhener's absurd behavior. Instead, he simply took out Li Hueyuan's invitation card from his body and handed it over to Yan Yu. Dong Shuener also took out Red Sleeve Fairy's invitation card and handed it over with delicate hands, emitting a tempting fragrance and a white glow, causing Yan Yu to lose focus for a moment and forget to reach out to take it. Yan Ling, who was on the side, couldn't bear to watch any more and took the invitation card on Yan Yu's behalf. This made her elder brother come to his senses, and under Dong Shuener's soft laughter, his face turned red. So it turns out to be junior brother Han and junior sister Dong. There is no problem with the invitation cards. Let's go. After Yan Yu returned the checked invitation cards to Han Li and Dong Shuener, he somewhat nervously got on the twin-headed Widgeon. In the process, he occasionally stole glances at Dong Shuener. But at this moment, this willful girl unexpectedly showed a dignified demeanor, leaving Yan Yu even more puzzled. The four of them left the place one after another, heading towards the direction of the Yan family siblings. After flying for several tens of miles, they arrived at a place between two small mountain peaks and stopped. At this moment, Yan Yu took out something like a token from his body, held it tightly with both hands, and infused his spiritual power into it. Suddenly, a yellow glow shot out from the token, heading towards the void in front. The originally empty space was swept by the yellow light, and colorful radiance appeared. Then, when the five-colored light dissipated, Han Li and Dong Shuener's eyes lit up, and a majestic ancient fortress appeared between the originally barren mountain ridges. Seeing the towering walls that were 30 to 40 feet high, and the countless tall ancient buildings inside the walls, Han Li and Dong Shuener felt extremely curious, feeling overwhelmed by the sight. This is one of our Yan family's important sites, Yanling Fortress. Welcome to the two of you. Yan Yu suddenly became serious and said solemnly. Han Li smiled and was about to say something when Dong Shuener suddenly exclaimed and looked towards a certain direction inside the huge fortress, her eyes filled with shock. Seeing Dong Shuener's expression, Han Li naturally followed her gaze. On a platform at the corner of the fortress, two men in different costumes were standing face to face, surrounded by a huge white light shield. One was a burly man wearing the brown attire of the Yan family, while the other had curly hair, gray eyes, and yellow skin, wearing a green robe, looking extremely strange. Around them were many people, with one group standing neatly and silently, showing a well-trained appearance, while the other group was dressed similarly to the strange man in the air, wearing green robes, most of them with gray eyes and yellow hair, but interspersed with some ordinary faces. After seeing clearly, Han Li's face also showed some astonishment, and he looked at the Yan siblings beside him, wondering if they had any explanation. But before Han Li could ask, Yan Yu's face immediately became somewhat unnatural when he saw this scene. However, Yan Ling, by his side, clenched her fists, saying angrily, "They dared to challenge again, and they were so ruthless. It's outrageous." Hearing this, Han Li's heart stirred, and he tentatively asked, "Aren't these people guests of the Yan family?" "Of course not. These guys came on their own. They barged in without invitations, injured 2 disciples who were receiving guests outside the fortress, and insisted on participating in the treasure contest. I don't know what the elders were thinking, but they actually agreed to let them in. It's infuriating." This time, Yan Ling didn't pay attention to Yan Yu's restraining gaze and spoke quickly, venting her anger like a little girl, making Han Li silently chuckle. As for Yan Yu, he looked embarrassed and didn't know what to say. "It seems that these are the troublemakers we encountered on the mountain peak. Yan brother, could you please tell us the details? Miss Xuener is also curious." Without waiting for Han Li to ask, Dong Xuener, who was equally curious, poured out a torrent of questions, causing Yan Yu to hesitate for a moment before agreeing readily. These people arrived at Yanling Fortress this morning. When they reached the reception area outside the fortress, they tried to force their way in without invitation and injured 2 disciples who were receiving guests. When other disciples who received the distress signal rushed over, they originally intended to teach these people a lesson. But unexpectedly, these people took out some letters and tokens, which made several leading elders look solemn. They reluctantly swallowed their anger and let them in. However, these people were still unruly after entering Yanling Fortress, immediately requesting to spar with the Yan family. After some deliberation, it seemed that the elders also wanted to show them a lesson and agreed. "There have been several matches before I came to meet you too, but the results..." Yan Yu shook his head lightly, looking somewhat crestfallen, obviously knowing that the Yan family was at a disadvantage. In the previous matches, there were some casualties, which is quite normal. However, these people seem to practice some obscure techniques. They are proficient in various dark and poisonous arts. Every disciple who fought them ended up either fainting inexplicably or suffering from severe poisoning. Their injuries were extremely severe and couldn't be easily treated. Fortunately, no disciple has been seriously injured to the point of death yet. This is considered a great fortune amidst misfortune. "Sai, I'm really ashamed for you two to witness such a scene at the Yan family," Yan Yu said with a look of embarrassment. "However, when we left, we heard that the elders couldn't sit still anymore. They have sent for disciples from my elder brother's training hall. They are the elite disciples of our Yan family, who have mastered secret techniques. They will definitely give these people a good lesson." Yan Ling couldn't help but interject, waving her small fist enthusiastically. "Nonsense. How can a young girl like you talk about fighting all day long? Now that we have escorted these guests back, it's time to send another wave of disciples to greet them. We can't keep other guests waiting too long." Yan Yu reprimanded his younger sister sternly, then dismissed the somewhat displeased girl. At this point, he turned to explain to Han Li and the others. "Because there have been many guests recently, and the situation is chaotic, our Yan family has partially lifted the protective restrictions around the fortress. Now, certain areas inside the fortress cannot release long-range spells like transmission symbols, so my sister had to personally go there. Originally, my sister and I were not in charge of receiving guests, but due to the shortage of manpower and some unwelcome visitors, we had to temporarily lend a hand. After Yan Yu finished speaking, he glanced at a distance, where the Yan family disciples and the strange man were already engaged in a magical battle. So Brother Yu is actually one of the elite disciples of the Yan family. You must be highly valued by the Yan family. Dong Xuaner's eyes sparkled with admiration, and she smiled charmingly. Her originally beautiful face became even more charming, causing Yan Yu to momentarily lose focus. Well, yes, Yan Yu muttered, not knowing what he was saying. He just felt that this Miss Dong was too beautiful, almost no different from his dream lover. A giggle, then. Yan, brother, would it be convenient for you to watch the contest over there? I want to see who dares to cause trouble at the Yan family. Dong Xuaner found the expression on Yan Yu's face amusing, giggled a few times, and was about to tease him further. However, before she could continue, Han Li, who was standing aside, suddenly spoke up, interrupting her words. Watch. Of course you can. My cousin, who is competing over there, is one of the top 10 disciples in the Hall of Martial Arts in terms of profound techniques. He will surely give them a good show. Awakened by Han Li's words, Yan Yu was momentarily surprised, then readily agreed. Hearing this, Han Li smiled faintly, knowing that Yan Yu had no reason to stop him and probably believed they had a good chance of winning. So the three of them flew to the vicinity of the contest arena and walked towards the crowd of spectators. After getting closer, Han Li was surprised to find that there were over 100 cultivators watching the contest. Most of them, judging by their attire, were not from UA country but from other countries, which was quite strange. Han Li was puzzled, but as a guest, he didn't think it was appropriate to ask too many questions. He just kept the doubts to himself and pretended not to notice. On the other hand, Dong Xuaner, while still smiling and chatting with Yan Yu, couldn't conceal the hint of surprise in her eyes, which Han Li noticed. It seemed that this woman was not just a vase. However, Dong Xuaner didn't seem interested in asking about the situation either, just like Han Li, leaving him a little frustrated. You're here too. It's great. I thought Master Du wouldn't let you out. As soon as they arrived, a handsome male cultivator turned his head and saw Dong Xuaner. He immediately showed a joyful expression, walked over quickly, and greeted her affectionately. As soon as this person came over, Dong Xuaner's smile froze, while Yan Yu's expression became somewhat displeased, and his gaze began to flicker. As for Han Li, he remained calm, showing no surprise at all. He understood that this person was probably Dong Xuaner's former lover. Wasn't he the young master Feng mentioned by his teacher? Senior brother Feng, I didn't expect Master Du to let senior brother participate in this event. Dong Xuaner's expression changed briefly, Then she immediately put on a pitiful look and said, but as soon as these two guys weren't paying attention, she made a face at Han Li, leaving him speechless. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, this Dong Xuener had set him up for trouble. It was clear that because he had been using Hong Fu's name all along, suppressing her, she held a grudge against him and wanted to see him get into trouble by these two guys. If he was taught a lesson by them, she would definitely be in a good mood. Han Li sighed inwardly, feeling that this Dong Xuener had taken advantage of him while he was momentarily careless, causing him trouble. It was obvious that she was still holding a grudge against him for using Hong Fu's name to suppress her, and now she wanted to see him get into trouble with these two guys. If he were to be taught a lesson by them, she would definitely be in a good mood. Han Li glanced at the two hostile guys, sighed, and was about to say something when suddenly their expressions changed, especially Yan Yu, who became visibly nervous. Their gazes shifted from Han Li to the contest arena. Seeing this, Han Li immediately understood that something must have changed on the stage, so he turned around to look. Sure enough, the standoff inside the barrier was finally broken. The Yan family disciple had stopped using the giant stone technique and switched to holding a green and yellow paper fan in both hands, facing his opponent. He was laboriously fanning it continuously. Although the paper fan seemed light, each fan seemed to consume a great deal of the Yan family disciple's strength, leaving him sweaty. However, the man in the green robe opposite him didn't show any weakness. Black mists emerged from his body, roaring like poisonous snakes, weaving into a dense black net in front of him, rebounding all the stones back. Sometimes they even rebounded towards the Yan family disciple, making him somewhat flustered. As for his magical treasures, they were 6 or 7 white skull heads floating around him, their purpose unknown. Thus, one person attacked fiercely while the other defended steadily, temporarily creating a stalemate. It was obvious that they were testing each other out, not going all out. So although the scene was very lively, with stones flying everywhere and black mist swirling, they remained calm and composed, showing no signs of exertion. As Han Li was engrossed in watching, he suddenly heard Dong Xuener say, "Brother Han, isn't that right?" This startled him, and before he could turn around, he reflexively made a sound. But as soon as he uttered that sound, Han Li immediately realized something was wrong and quickly turned around to look. He saw the two rivals, who were supposed to be hostile towards each other, now glaring at him with hostility, clearly united in their enmity. Obviously, he had been set up by this shrewd woman. You heard that. Brother Han admits it himself. My master specifically ordered me to stay by his side every step of the way. Isn't that right? Dong Xuener put on a pitiful look, but as soon as these two were distracted, she made a face at Han Li, leaving him speechless. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, this Dong Xuener had set him up for trouble. It was clear that because he had been using Hong Fu's name all along, suppressing her, she held a grudge against him and wanted to see him get into trouble by these two guys. If he was taught a lesson by them, she would definitely be in a good mood. Han Li sighed inwardly, feeling that this Dong Xuaner had taken advantage of him while he was momentarily careless, causing him trouble. It was obvious that she was still holding a grudge against him for using Hong Fu's name to suppress her, and now she wanted to see him get into trouble with these two guys. If he were to be taught a lesson by them, she would definitely be in a good mood. Hanley glanced at the two hostile guys, sighed, and was about to say something when suddenly their expressions changed, especially Yan Yu, who became visibly nervous. Their gazes shifted from Han Li to the contest arena. Seeing this, Han Li immediately understood that something must have changed on the stage, so he turned around to look. Sure enough, the standoff inside the barrier was finally broken. The Yan family disciple had stopped using the giant stone technique and switched to holding a green and yellow paper fan in both hands, facing his opponent. He was laboriously fanning it continuously. Although the paper fan seemed light, each fan seemed to consume a great deal of the Yan family disciple's strength, leaving him sweaty. However, the man in the green robe opposite him didn't show any weakness. Black mists emerged from his body, roaring like poisonous snakes, weaving into a dense black net in front of him, rebounding all the stones back. Sometimes they even rebounded towards the Yan family disciple, making him somewhat flustered. As for his magical treasures, they were 6 or 7 white skull heads floating around him, their purpose unknown. Thus, one person attacked fiercely while the other defended steadily, temporarily creating a stalemate. It was obvious that they were testing each other out, not going all out. So although the scene was very lively, with stones flying everywhere and black mist swirling, they remained calm and composed, showing no signs of exertion. With each swing of the fan, a dense purple mist would surge out from it, rushing towards the green-robed strange person opposite. After 7 or 8 swings, the purple mist had already thickly enveloped the opponent, forming a purple sphere. Meanwhile, the green-robed strange person was completely hidden within a mass of black gas, keeping the green mist on the outside. The black gas and green mist continued to roll and clash, seeming to be alive. However, no matter how it looked, under the control of the Yan family members, the green mist clearly had the upper hand, compressing the black gas more and more. My cousin's bone-transforming treasure fan is a famous top-tier artifact in our Yan family. The poisonous mist it unleashes is extremely potent, capable of corroding flesh upon contact. However, my cousin used to find this fan too ruthless and hesitated to use it easily. But now, seeing him using it seriously, it's clear he's determined not to let the opponent leave unscathed. Seeing this scene, Yan Yu explained somewhat excitedly to Dong Xuaner beside him. "Oh, is this fan so famous? I wonder, compared to the famous wind-thunder fan, which one is more powerful?" Dong Xuaner lightly laughed, her lips slightly curled, revealing a bewitching charm. In terms of power, perhaps this fan is not as strong as the wind-thunder fan, but any cultivator with a wood spirit root can manipulate it freely. Unlike the wind-thunder fan, which requires both wind and thunder spiritual roots to unleash its power. Therefore, The value of this bone-transforming fan is greater than that of the wind-thunder fan. Yan Yu, feeling somewhat intrigued by Dong Xuaner's charm, reluctantly suppressed his fantasies and explained carefully. Nonsense! How dare you compare this ordinary top-tier artifact with the wind-thunder fan? If it has even 1/10 of its power, that would be considered good. In fact, I don't think this fan even compares to the power of my purple light basin. Senior Feng, seeing Dong Xuaner and Yan Yu chatting and laughing, showed jealousy on his face, deliberately mocking. Do you dare to look down on the artifacts crafted by our Yan family? All right, let me see the power of your purple light basin. Upon hearing the other party belittle the power of the bone-transforming fan, Yan Yu couldn't help but feel annoyed and wanted to challenge him. All right, I was just thinking of experiencing the magical powers of the Yan family's junior disciple. Senior Feng sneered when he heard the other party's words and immediately agreed. For a moment, it seemed like both had forgotten about Han Li, their common enemy. Ah, forget it, it was just a casual question. Why get so angry? Can't both senior brothers give in a bit? Dong Xuaner seemed to be mediating on the surface, but in reality, her words made the two men, who didn't want to lose face in front of her, even more unwilling to show weakness. Of course, it was unlikely for the two of them to immediately engage in a duel. After all, most of what they said earlier was just empty talk. There were still many concerns in their hearts. However, if Dong Xuaner continued to provoke them a few more times, things might not be so easy to handle. Although Han Li still cared about the battle situation, he also listened carefully to what was happening around him. He couldn't help but shake his head constantly. He felt that this stubborn girl was really a troublemaker. It's no wonder that Hong Fu has always asked him to keep an eye on this girl. However, the guy surnamed Feng and Yan Yu didn't seem to be fools from their appearance. So why did they seem so impulsive and aggressive now? Could it be that Dong Xuaner's charm was so powerful? Even a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage was unknowingly influenced by her. After some thought, Han Li was somewhat astonished. However, Han Li was too lazy to ask the two guys who had lost their heads. It didn't matter to him who lived or died between them. However, Han Li also felt strange. No matter how Dong Xuaner showed off her charm and fascinated other men, in his eyes, Dong Xuaner still had no charm at all, and he didn't feel the slightest bit attracted to her. In fact, this matter puzzled not only Han Li, but also Dong Xuaner herself. For some reason, her charm didn't seem to work at all on the person she hated the most. Otherwise, she would have already played with him and wouldn't have let him threaten her all the way. While Han Li and Dong Xuaner were lost in their thoughts, the situation in the field suddenly changed drastically. The black gas surrounding the green mist suddenly began to shrink and thin out, and in the blink of an eye, the green-robed figure hidden within was exposed. Several skulls beside him were constantly opening and closing their mouths, greedily sucking in the surrounding black gas, the culprit causing the thinning of the black gas. Seeing this, the Yan family members on the opposite side, although they didn't know the other party's intentions, Since the opponent had destroyed their defense, they naturally wouldn't be polite. The person controlling the bone-transforming fan immediately pointed it, and the green mist rushed up while the black gas was weak and unable to resist. Kid, with just a little poison mist, you want to show off in front of me. You don't know that we are the ancestors of playing with poison. The green-robed man chuckled and said a few words. Then he extended a palm and quickly struck the skulls' heads, causing them to swell to the size of cartwheels. The white skulls were still shrouded in a layer of black gas, looking even more sinister and weird. They immediately absorbed the remaining black gas, and then their mouths opened wide again, beginning to suck in the green mist that was originally blocking them. With each inhalation, they grew larger, as if they were replenishing themselves. The Yan family's cousin on the opposite side, upon seeing this, was shocked. He hurriedly controlled the bone-transforming fan in his hand, trying to retract the green mist. But it was already too late. Only a third of the mist that could be retrieved remained, and most of it had been swallowed by the opponent's skulls. The cyan fan surface became dull, causing great pain to the Yan family member, knowing that the power of the bone-transforming fan would be greatly reduced from now on. This Yan family disciple had not yet recovered from the blow of his artifact being destroyed. Before he could regain his composure, the giant skulls, whose ferocity had risen sharply, were manipulated by the green-robed man and rushed towards him with a few growls. In an instant, they arrived in front of him, shocking him. He hurriedly reached into his storage pouch. However, several skulls simultaneously opened their mouths and shot out several black beams, converging into a giant beam that pierced through the Yan family disciple's protective barrier, leaving a large hole. He thudded and fell directly from the sky, unconscious. Seeing the Yan family disciple's victory was clear. Naturally, a companion immediately flew out to help Yan Yu's cousin and then flew back. The magical techniques of the ghost spirit sect are indeed exquisite. Our Yan family has lost 4 out of 5 matches. Shall we begin the 6th match now? A Yan family elder with a young face but sharp eyes walked out and said coldly to the ghost spirit sect people, "Forget it. Let's wait until the disciples of the Yan family's life and death hall arrive before continuing the remaining 5 matches. I've long heard of the fame of the Yan family's blood cultivators." The leader of the ghost spirit sect people also walked out, a mysterious person with a silver ghost mask covering his face. His voice was gentle and deep, belonging to a very young man. "All right, since the young master is really interested, our Yan family will definitely accompany you to the end. So let's call it a day for today's competition." The elder was surprised at first when he heard this, but then he reluctantly agreed, showing a bit of defiance. Then he swept his sleeves and turned away. Seeing this, the young master didn't mind. He smiled lightly, turned around, and led the team away from the place. The other cultivators who were watching, after enjoying the show, silently disappeared. As for Han Li, he shook his head lightly, and just as he turned around, he heard Yan Yu muttering to himself, How is this possible? My cousin actually lost as well. He is a master of our Yanwu Hall. What master? He was defeated by the opponent in 3 moves. Senior Feng sneered, taking the opportunity to strike at his love rival. Yan Yu's face turned angry, wanting to argue, but Dong Xuaner's words immediately made him happy again. Brother Yan Yu, I've been on the road for several days and I'm a bit tired. Could you arrange a comfortable room for me to rest? As for other exchange activities, let's wait until tomorrow to participate, okay? Dong Xuaner suddenly stretched her small waist and lazily said in a charming manner, "Of course. Sister Dong, I'll take you to the special rooms prepared for female cultivators. Brother Han and the others, please make yourselves at home," Yan Yu said happily, with a hint of showing off. Han Li smiled faintly, with no objections. He had safely brought Dong Xuaner to Yanling Castle, so his mission was complete. As for other matters, he didn't care and didn't want to care. With a casual remark about wanting to wander around, Han Li left alone. Han Li was willing to stay away from Dong Xuaner, and Senior Feng and Yan Yu naturally welcomed this. So not only did they not stop him, but Yan Yu also enthusiastically gave him a jade slip. Inside was a map of Yanling Castle, which would allow Han Li to save some time and go directly to his destination, without wandering around like a confused fly. As for Dong Xuaner herself, although she was surprised by Han Li's sudden release and lack of restraint, she was delighted to gain freedom among so many male cultivators. Of course, she still looked at Han Li with bewildered eyes, unable to understand the intention behind his actions. Intention? HMPH, just don't want to carry a burden and prefer to act alone. Walking on the cobblestone road of Yanling Castle with his hands behind his back, Han Li thought leisurely, occasionally glancing at the shops on both sides. These shops sold talismans, refining materials, and alchemy ingredients, and there were 1 or 2 shops selling low-grade magical tools. But most of the shopkeepers were ordinary mortals without any magical power. This was not surprising. Yanling Castle was very large, with a population of tens of thousands living within it. However, only a small fraction of them had spiritual roots and could cultivate spells, while most were ordinary mortals. These mortals, who should have lived in the secular world, were partly without spiritual roots, but their bloodline still came from the Yan family. The other part consisted of relatives of Yan family disciples. After all, marrying only within the Yan family would be very inappropriate, so it was necessary to absorb some new blood to continue the Yan family's growth. Of course, maintaining secrecy, once mortals entered Yanling Castle, they could never leave again. They could only live and die within its walls. Although they had no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives, it was still an extremely tragic fate. Those newcomers from outside were relatively better off since they had seen the outside world. But those who were born within the castle and had no spiritual roots would never have the opportunity to even glimpse the outside world. However, when mortals entered the castle, they were not forced to do so. They were either at their wits' end or deeply indebted to the Yan family and chose to do so voluntarily. Moreover, Yanling Castle was heavily guarded, with arrays covering it, and mortals who attempted to leave the castle privately were immediately killed if discovered. So far, there had been no reports of any mortals successfully escaping from this place. Han Li didn't speculate on these pieces of information. They were gleaned from the small bits of information attached to the map jade slip. Therefore, Han Li had a rough idea of what Yanling Castle was like. And now he was headed to a tea house within the castle. According to Han Li's understanding, most cultivators were very fond of good tea, so tea houses were almost a must-visit place for all cultivators. Han Li thought that he might meet some other cultivators there and join some small groups, which would be a rare opportunity for interaction. After all, it's not good to always keep to oneself. At the end of this cobblestone street, at a three-way intersection, he should be able to see the sign of the tea house. With this in mind, Han Li quickened his pace. But suddenly, there were a few intense arguments coming from a shop on one side, followed by a man's angry roar. A woman dressed as a young lady stormed out of the house, walked straight onto the street, and bumped into Han Li, who was slightly surprised. This woman seemed to be very beautiful, so Han Li, like any man, casually glanced at her. But when he saw the woman's face clearly, his body suddenly froze, and he stood there dumbfounded. The woman, seeing Han Li staring at her so unabashedly, was extremely angry. But having lived in the castle for a long time without any magical power, she could tell from Han Li's attire that he was a cultivator. Although she felt ashamed and didn't pay attention to Han Li's appearance, she felt as if she had seen him before, but couldn't quite remember. Nevertheless, she suppressed her anger and said stiffly, "Senior cultivator, could you let this humble woman pass? I am already married. Aren't you afraid of being disrespectful, staring at a mortal woman like this?" After saying this, the woman did not worry, as Yanling Castle had strict rules and prohibited cultivators from disturbing the lives of ordinary people. Offenders were severely punished. Of course, ordinary people also had to show absolute respect to cultivators, and any negligence would be dealt with by the cultivators themselves. And now, in the bustling street, she wasn't afraid of any improper behavior from Han Li. But after bowing her head for a long time, she saw that the cultivator in front of her had made no move. He neither showed any intention to retreat nor rebuked her. This surprised her, and she couldn't help but lift her head and look over. As a result, she was met with a face that seemed to be smiling, but also had an impulse to punch, bringing her back to that night 10 years ago on a small path in the backyard, where a petty senior brother and a quirky little girl were bickering. The scene was vivid in her mind. Senior brother. A sister. The woman finally recognized the unchanged face, and when Han Li called her sister, he also confirmed that the beautiful woman in front of him was the mischievous little girl from years ago, Mo Kei-Huen, the youngest daughter of Dr. Mo, whom he had affectionately called his little junior sister. "Are you really senior brother Han Li?" Mo Kei-Huen was first extremely shocked, But then she asked with mixed emotions, her face still showing disbelief. I gave you the fragrant soul pill. Is it still useful? Han Li suddenly said softly. Senior brother, it's really you. Mo Kei-Hyun, upon hearing Han Li mention the name of the gift he had given her back then, no longer had any doubts. But her eyes suddenly reddened, and she began to sob, seeming to have suffered a great grievance. Han Li was at a loss. After all, they were now on the street, with passers-by and a few cultivators around. A beautiful woman crying in front of him could lead to all sorts of speculation. Thinking of this, Han Li scratched his head and with a bold face said to Mo Kei-Hyun, Sister, shall we find another place to talk? This doesn't seem like a good place for conversation. I'll listen to senior brother. Mo Kei-Hyun finally stopped crying and very obediently said. Han Li was somewhat surprised by her behavior. After all, in his impression, Mo Kei-Hyun was like a little elfish girl. Suddenly being so gentle and obedient made him feel a bit uncomfortable. But where could they go for a quieter place? Han Li looked around the street and felt somewhat frustrated. Let's go to my house. My mother is there. After calming down a bit, Mo Kei-Hyun suddenly spoke. Up. Fourth senior mother is also in Yanling Castle. Han Li was surprised. It seemed that something big had happened to the Mo family. Otherwise, Yan Shi, the head of the Mo family, would not easily end up here. Yes, senior brother, my mother is sick and it's serious. Senior brother, you must save her. Mo Kei-Hyun's eyes flashed with tears, pleading bitterly. Okay, let's talk about it when we get to my senior mother's place. As long as it's not some difficult illness, senior brother can cure it. Seeing Mo Kei-Hyun's pitiful appearance, Han Li naturally thought of her carefree life in the Mo family back then, and couldn't help but soften his heart, comforting her. Okay, I believe senior brother's words. Second sister once said that senior brother's medical skills are superior to hers. Now my mother can be saved. Mo Kei-Hyun, hearing Han Li's words, stopped crying and smiled through her tears. Her beautiful appearance made Han Li lose focus for a moment, but fortunately he quickly came to his senses, avoiding making a fool of himself. Let's go, my house is not far from here, just across the street. My mother will be very happy to see senior brother. Mo Kei-Hyun naturally took Han Li's sleeve and with a cheerful look, led him forward as if she had found her backbone. A woman taking the initiative to hold a man's sleeve and walk together on the street naturally attracted the attention of nearby people. But fortunately, Han Li had the appearance of a cultivator, so no one dared to say anything offensive in front of them. As for what they might say after they left, that's another story. Sister, how did you and senior mother come here? Did something happen to the Mo family? Walking side by side with Mo Kei-Hyun, Han Li casually took back his sleeve when she wasn't paying attention and quietly asked about the situation of other people. This is a long story, but the Mo family was destroyed 7 years ago, and the Raging Dragon Society was also disbanded at the same time. Mo Kei-Hyun trembled slightly at the words and suddenly turned dark. Then what about second sister, fifth sister, and senior mother. Although Han Li had already guessed most of it, he still sighed and asked about the situation of other people. Second sister and fifth sister died, and I don't know about the others. Because my mother and I barely escaped. It was chaotic at the time, and everyone could only escape separately. Mo Kei-Huen's voice trembled, sounding extremely painful. When Han Li saw Mo Kei-Huen's appearance, he knew it wasn't the time to inquire about the details of what happened, so he didn't bring it up again. Mo Kei-Huen led him to a small shop on the next street. Here, Han Li looked a bit puzzled and glanced at Mo Kei-Huen with a questioning look. Yes, this is it. My mother and I run a small business here, just trying to earn some spirit stones to buy some pills to suppress her injuries. Mo Kei-Huen blushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed as she spoke. Then, she led the way inside. Seeing this, Han Li smiled and didn't say anything, following her inside. Mother, look who I've brought. As soon as Han Li stepped into the shop door, he heard Mo Kei-Huen's excited voice. Then, another familiar but somewhat older woman's voice came. Who else could it be? Since Uncle Zhu passed away, only Aunt Xianglian from next door comes to see us. Indeed, the voice belonged to Yanxi, though much hoarser than before. No, it's senior brother who came. I met senior brother inside the castle. Mo Kei-Huen exclaimed excitedly. Senior brother? Didn't all your senior brothers pass away long ago? Are you out of your mind, child? Yanxi became visibly worried. At this point, Han Li had already taken in the situation inside the shop. It was a small room about 6 or 7 zhang in size, with several wooden counters displaying neatly arranged low-level talismans and some inexpensive materials. There was a wooden door leading to the inner room, and behind the counter was a woman lying on a bamboo chair, looking somewhat worriedly at Mo Kei-Huen in front of her. It was Yanxi, whom Han Li hadn't seen in nearly 10 years. However, she looked much older now, with a sickly appearance on her face, but traces of her former beauty could still be seen in her features. Han Li's entrance naturally caught Yanxi's attention. She was about to stand up when she realized that, given her serious illness, she couldn't manage it. She only managed to straighten up halfway before falling back down again, and Mo Kei-Huen quickly reached out to support her. You're Han Li. She gasped for breath, just as surprised as Mo Kei-Huen, but mixed with a hint of hopeful joy. Han Li naturally knew what she was thinking, but after a moment of hesitation, he still walked over and slightly bowed, saying, Hello, fourth senior mother. You still acknowledge me as your senior mother. You don't hold grudges from back then. Yanxi's face lit up with joy upon hearing Han Li address her as fourth senior mother, but she still couldn't believe it. The past is the past. Regardless of who was right or wrong between Mo Shi and me, the master-disciple relationship between Mo Shi and me is real, so I should still address you as such. Han Li said calmly. As for the issue of the antidote, there's no need to mention it anymore. Look, I'm standing here just fine, aren't I? Han Li said nonchalantly. Indeed, as a foundation establishment cultivator now, He had no reason to hold grudges against a few mundane people. The conflicts and entanglements with Yan Shi and the other senior mothers were no longer of concern to him. Yes, with your intelligence, you must have done well in the cultivation world. Unlike me and your senior mothers, who have become homeless dogs. Yan Shi sighed for a moment before her face suddenly turned blood red, and she started coughing violently. Mother, are you okay? Senior brother. Mo Kei-Huan panicked, hastily comforting Yan Shi and looking at Han Li with pleading eyes. Let me take a look. Unable to resist Mo Kei-Huan's pleading gaze, Han Li sighed softly and reached out to grasp Yan Shi's pulse at her wrist. After a moment, he released it calmly and said, "It's nothing, just an old injury acting up again, compounded by years of inadequate rest and overwork." Can it be treated? Mo Kei-Huan asked anxiously. Don't worry, if it were these old injuries 10 years ago, I might have struggled a bit, but now it's nothing. Han Li reassured her and then took out a needle box from his storage pouch, performing a set of acupuncture techniques on Yan Shi. The coughing stopped immediately. Take one of these every day. In a dozen days or so, you'll be completely healed. Han Li took out a small bottle and handed it to Yan Shi, speaking with confidence. Yan Shi, who had felt discomfort all over her body, found that her years of illness had miraculously disappeared without a trace. Now, with the bottle in her hand, she felt even more overwhelmed with emotion and didn't know what to say. Han Li. However, before Yan Shi could express her gratitude, Han Li interrupted her. Now, can you tell me what happened back then and how you ended up in Yanling Castle? Han Li still wanted to figure out the whole story. Yan Shi listened, her face filled with sorrow, as she slowly recounted the events of the past. As it turned out, after Han Li eliminated Fictional for the Mo family, the Jiao Society, which had long been prepared, took advantage of the situation and took over most of the territory and benefits. However, the reaction of the other power in Lan Prefecture, the Five Colors sect, was not slow either, and they swallowed up the remaining small portion of benefits. Thus, Lan Prefecture became a situation of two strong factions in balance. But since the balance of power among the three factions was broken, there was no room for two tigers on one mountain. As a result, the Jiao Society, led by the Mo family, and the Five Colors sect clashed, only to realize that they had made a mistake. They shouldn't have let Fictional die so easily. The strength of the Five Colors sect far exceeded what was shown on the surface, and they defeated the Jiao Society in a single battle. Subsequently, the Jiao Society was uprooted, and the Mo family also faced heavy resistance from the other side's many powerful experts. Unable to resist, the women of the Mo family had no choice but to escape for their lives, with Yan Shi and Mo Kei-Huan nearly losing their lives together. At the critical moment, a middle-aged man claiming to be Yan Zhu, who was just a low-level disciple of the Yan family, saved them. After obtaining their consent, he brought them into Yanling Castle and became ordinary people living in the Yan family's castle. Although Yan Zhu was just a low-level disciple of Yanling Castle, with limited abilities, he treated Yan Shi and her daughter very well. To repay his kindness, Yan Shi remarried him a year later. As for Mo Kei-hyun, due to her increasing beauty, to avoid trouble, Yan Zhu publicly announced that she was a widowed woman with an unclear past who had killed her husband and entered the castle. This way, whenever Mo Kei-hyun found someone she liked or wanted to get married, he could give her a proper identity. In this way, Yan Shi and her daughter spent 2 years living peacefully in the castle. But unfortunately, Yan Zhu had an accident while carrying out a family mission, and he died outside. Now, Yan Shi and her daughter were left with no one to rely on again, unable to leave the castle. They could only rely on each other in Yanling Castle and barely manage their small shop with the compensation spirit stones they received, barely making ends meet. If things continued like this, although the shop's income was not much, it could still provide Yan Shi with medicine and suppress her injuries. However, a few days ago, the wholesale shop that had been supplying them with low-level talismans suddenly stopped providing them, causing Yan Shi's small shop to face closure. Yan Shi, being who she was, immediately saw the problem. After a brief analysis, she found out who was behind it. It turned out to be a cultivator living nearby who had taken a liking to Mo Kei-hyun, who often passed by his door, ignoring the rumors about her husband's death, and demanded to take her as a concubine. Naturally, Yan Shi wouldn't agree, which angered the cultivator, and he left in a rage. Thus, the culprit behind the scenes revealed himself. And when Han Li met Mo Kei-hyun on the street today, it happened to be after Mo Kei-hyun had gone to argue with the supplier. As Yan Shi recounted the events in detail, Mo Kei-hyun occasionally added a few words. Han Li already understood the general situation. However, when he heard that Mo Kei-hyun was being forced to become a concubine, he couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't expect that the little sprite from back then would still have people fighting over her. However, he hadn't seen her in years, and she had really grown into a beautiful and mesmerizing woman, a fatal type. Han Li, after so many years of cultivation, your skills must have improved to a high level, right? After Yan Shi looked Han Li over again, she politely asked. Although she had spent these years in Yanling Castle unable to cultivate, she still knew quite a bit about the cultivation world. It's all right. Does Senior Mother want me to deal with that cultivator's harassment? Is he causing trouble? Hanli smiled faintly and asked straightforwardly. Yan Shi felt a bit embarrassed and relieved when she heard Han Li's tone, as if he was willing to help. Do you know anything about the cultivation of this cultivator? If he's not a significant disciple of the Yan family and his cultivation isn't high, I'll talk to him and should be able to resolve it smoothly. Han Li rubbed his nose calmly. In fact, he was well aware that someone who could coerce mortal women wouldn't have very advanced cultivation. Asking was just an instinctual caution. I inquired about this beforehand, Yan Shi said. I heard he's only at the 5th level of basic cultivation. Although he shares the Yan surname, he's definitely insignificant in the Yan family. Otherwise, how could a slightly valued disciple live with us mortals? Yan Shi, the former head of the Mo family, remained organized and clear-headed despite their current circumstances. That's no problem then. Later, junior sister will take me there, and as long as I know the way, it'll be fine. I'll handle this for you. Han Li nodded. Han Li. Although the surface here prohibits cultivators from harassing us mortals, in reality, there's too much abuse happening in secret. How could the Yan family really punish those cultivators? Careless actions often result in mortals who offend cultivators disappearing without a trace, which happens frequently. Han Li sensed a hint of powerlessness and frustration in Yan Shi's words. After all, compared to the glory of wielding life and death in the Mo family before, their current life of enduring humiliation was indeed degrading for Yan Shi. After listening, Han Li fell silent for a moment. Then he suddenly asked a perplexing question. Master, junior sister is already at the age to marry. Why not find a suitable person within the stronghold for her to marry? If she marries a cultivator, wouldn't she have someone to rely on? Marry. I refuse to marry those cultivators from the Yan family. As soon as Han Li finished speaking, Yan Shi smiled bitterly, while Mo Kei-Huan vehemently opposed, showing displeasure all over her face. What's wrong? Han Li was a little surprised. Senior brother, the cultivators of the Yan family don't take us mortal women seriously. Marrying them is worse than being a worldly servant. If anything goes wrong, they often beat and scold us. I'd rather stay single for life than marry here. Mo Kei-Huan's voice was fast and urgent, clearly abhorring the idea. Han Li, you may not know, but one of my daughter's friends here married a cultivator in the stronghold. Not only was she not treated with respect, but she was also frequently abused. Later, after her appearance aged, she was casually divorced with a letter of repudiation on some pretext and sent back home in a pitiful state. And that cultivator remarried a younger and prettier woman. There are too few cultivators with good character like Mo Kei-Huan's stepfather here. I don't want Mo Kei-Huan to suffer. As for marrying an ordinary person, your junior sister's standards are too high to find anyone she likes, Yan Shi explained. I see, but your junior sister can't remain unmarried for life, right? Han Li frowned naturally. But as soon as he said this, Yan Shi's expression changed, seeming to want to say something, but hesitated and ultimately didn't say it. Mo Kei-Huan, on the other hand, seemed to recall something, lowered her head, and fell silent. Only then did Han Li realize that the atmosphere suddenly felt a bit wrong, as if. He quickly changed the subject. Junior sister, lead the way for me. Let's deal with that cultivator's harassment first. Okay. After hesitating for a moment, Mo Kei-Huan agreed. Seeing this, Yan Shi didn't object either. So, Han Li and Mo Kei-Huan temporarily left the shop and headed straight to the residence of that cultivator, which seemed quite far away. Senior brother, how many levels is your cultivation at? When that guy saw you coming, he acted like he had seen a cat seeing a mouse, bowing and calling you senior brother incessantly, and kept bowing. He looked so respectful, as if he had seen his ancestor. Mo Kei-Huen, fully recovered, chattered happily on the remote path back, no longer resembling a woman in her 20s. Seeing this, Han Li smiled slightly and casually said, "It's nothing. It's just that I'm one level higher than him in cultivation. According to the rules of the cultivation world, he should indeed call me senior brother." Mo Kei-Huen's eyes brightened at this, and she laughed even more cheerfully. But whenever I think of the ridiculous expression he had when he saw me, I can't help but laugh. This time, Han Li didn't say anything, just smiling as he looked at Mo Kei-Huen. After a while, Mo Kei-Huen's shy face turned away, and she fell silent. But after a while, she suddenly said something that surprised Han Li. "Senior brother, is it really impossible to become a cultivator without spiritual roots? I also want to become a cultivator like you." Mo Kei-Huen, now facing forward again, had a look of sorrow and anticipation in her eyes. Seeing this scene, Han Li felt a twinge of pain in his heart, but could only remain silent. From ancient times to the present, those without spiritual roots cannot cultivate. This has been an unchanging truth in the cultivation world for hundreds of thousands of years. He didn't have the ability to change that. Seeing Han Li's expression, which was a bit sad, Mo Kei-Huen's heart, which had been burning hot, suddenly cooled down. She knew that her senior brother, who already had great supernatural powers, seemed to have no solution. Feeling disheartened, she fell back a few steps behind Han Li, walking slowly and appearing calm. By the time the two were not far from the small shop, Han Li suddenly stopped and turned to Mo Kei-Huen. "I still have things to do, so I won't go back to see Master. Let's part ways here. Fortunately, I'll be staying at this Yanling stronghold for a few more days, so maybe we'll have a chance to meet again in the future." "What? Senior brother is leaving already?" Mo Kei-Huen was first startled, then full of disappointment. "Yes, there are dozens of spirit stones here, left for Master for any future needs. This is all I can do now." Han Li took out a small leather bag from his storage pouch and handed it to Mo Kei-Huen. Seeing her like this, Han Li, for some reason, suddenly felt an uncomfortable sensation. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a silver bottle and poured out a pink pill. "From it. Swallow this. Although it won't make you a cultivator, it will at least keep you youthful for the rest of your life without aging. Consider it a gift from your senior brother," Han Li said solemnly. "Senior brother, I." Mo Kei-Huen was overjoyed to hear this, her emotions surging, wanting to speak her mind. But Han Li didn't let her speak, and with a flick of his finger, the pill flew straight into her mouth, forcing her to swallow it involuntarily. "Junior sister, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself and Master." As soon as Han Li said this, he swayed slightly, and after his figure blurred for a moment, he disappeared on the spot. "Senior brother." Mo Kei-Huen exclaimed in shock, hurriedly took a few steps forward, looking around. But where was Han Li's figure? Helplessly, Mo Kei-Huen could only walk towards the shop with a dim expression. After a while, Han Li appeared behind a house not far from here. Then, after watching for a while silently, he turned and left without hesitation. This junior sister probably wanted to say something to him. Although Han Li couldn't be sure, he had a good guess. But unfortunately, he and the other party were fated to be apart. His feelings for her hadn't reached that level yet. Moreover, the gap between his lifespan after foundation building and hers was too vast. This was also the reason why Han Li didn't want to get involved in such feelings. After all, watching the loved one gradually wither away in front of him, unable to do anything, was something Han Li couldn't bear. Tianheju, this was the name of the tea house that appeared in front of Han Li. It was a 3-story ancient-style building, quite imposing indeed. Han Li took a brief glance and didn't hesitate to go up. Because outside the building, he could already sense the aura of more than a dozen cultivators inside, all possessing spiritual power that was similar to his, or even above his, at the foundation building stage. He stepped into the tea house, just glanced at the first floor and didn't stop at all, going straight to the second floor. Because the first floor was filled with ordinary people without a hint of spiritual power. Although there were some cultivators on the second floor, most of them were at the qi refining stage, which was not enough to catch Han Li's eye at the moment. The third floor, where the increasingly closer spiritual power fluctuations were, was Han Li's main target this time. As soon as Han Li entered the third floor, several divine senses immediately swept over him, causing him to feel a chill in his heart. These people all seemed to be at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, much stronger than Han Li, who was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. After 4 years of seclusion in the cave, his cultivation had only reached close to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, but there was still a layer of unbroken window paper, which left Han Li somewhat regretful. But thinking about it, this was quite normal. After all, it took him only 4 years to cultivate to the level close to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, much faster than the average cultivator. The last layer of window paper after his foundation establishment was the first bottleneck, which couldn't be easily broken through with just medicines. Most likely, it would also require a certain opportunity. Even if he consumed a lot of medicinal pills, it would only deepen his cultivation slightly. But this realm could not be easily crossed. As Han Li pondered, he roughly scanned everything upstairs. All the people on the third floor were cultivators after foundation establishment. But it was obvious that these cultivators were divided into 2 groups. One group was dressed in attire that Han Li was very familiar with from the 7 major sects, while the other group was composed of cultivators from other countries, dressed in chaotic and miscellaneous attire. The cultivators from the 7 major sects numbered only 5, but they were all sitting at one table, whispering about something, appearing more intimate. On the other hand, the foreign cultivators, although there were 7 or 8 of them, mostly sat 1 or 2 per table, coldly sipping tea without engaging in whispered conversations or discussions. The contrast between their movements and stillness made Han Li feel a sense of confrontational hostility. Han Li's arrival naturally drew the attention of other cultivators. Apart from a few who had checked him out at the beginning, everyone else also looked at him. Han Li, without hesitation, walked towards the table of the cultivators from the 7 major sects, as he should be one of them. Han Li's arrival made the other cultivators withdraw their gazes and act as if they hadn't seen him. The cultivators from the 7 major sects, on the other hand, stood up with smiles on their faces to greet him. With the attire of Huangfeng Valley on Han Li, there was no need for introductions. These people were naturally very familiar with it. I am Han Li from Huangfeng Valley. I have met several senior brothers and senior sisters. Han Li maintained a humble posture. Among the 5 people in front of him, 3 seemed to be at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, while the other 2 were at the same level as him, at the early stage of foundation establishment. I am Wufa Zai from Kingsu sect, and this is Waiyu Zai Jr. brother. And these 3 are Wushi Jr. brother from Ling Beast Mountain, Bashiksheng from Jujian sect, and Fang Shimai from Tiank Fortress. The older Taoist on the table, smiling politely, returned Han Li's greeting and briefly introduced everyone present. Since Junior brother has arrived, let's taste the famous Snow Bell tea from the Yan family. This is a tea house specially provided for us foreign cultivators. The martial cultivator surnamed Wu, a middle-aged man who was smiling, immediately poured a cup of Ling tea, which was white and misty, for Han Li as soon as he sat down. Han Li nodded with a smile and took a small sip. Regardless of whether this person was sincerely brewing tea for him, everyone had to maintain outward appearances. Good tea. Han Li, who wasn't particularly picky about tea, couldn't help but praise it. As soon as the tea entered his stomach, a cold and icy sensation rose up, followed by an extremely fragrant taste in his mouth and tongue, leaving a lingering aftertaste. The martial cultivator's smile became even stronger when he heard this. Brother Han's appearance is very unfamiliar. I wonder if you are the new high disciple recruited by senior brother from Huangfeng Valley. The plain-looking female martial cultivator in her 20s asked straightforwardly. Under the guidance of Master Li Hueyuan, after reaching the foundation establishment stage and being officially accepted by Master, it has only been a few years. I hope several senior brothers and sisters can give me some guidance. Han Li seemed sincerely humble. How can we give any guidance? Everyone is here to exchange knowledge with each other. Since junior brother was accepted by senior Uncle Li and sent out alone at such a young age, there must be something outstanding about you. There's no need to belittle yourself like this. This time, it was the middle-aged man from Jujian sect who spoke. Although he appeared honest and straightforward, his words were quite profound, surprising Han Li. Naturally, Han Li modestly replied. With that, apart from the silent and short Waiyu Zai, Han Li quickly engaged with these cultivators. What were you discussing just now? After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Han Li finally steered the conversation towards the main topic with a casual question. Nothing much. We were just speculating on why so many foreign cultivators suddenly came to Yanling's stronghold. It's really unusual. Although the Kyan Tower's treasures are precious, they shouldn't have such a great attraction. Wufa Zai, after hearing Han Li's question, suddenly replied with a solemn expression. However, he coincidentally hit the nail on the head, dispelling the doubts in Han Li's mind, who couldn't help but nod in agreement. We discussed it for a while, but we still couldn't figure it out. I feel that it's unlikely that they came here because of some extraordinary treasure about to appear. If that were the case, not only cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage would have come here, but also nascent soul stage experts would have rushed here long ago. How could it be so calm? As for other reasons, it's even harder to explain this matter. Fang Shimai from Tiank Fortress continued. Let's not guess randomly. I believe that after 2 days, when the treasure seizing conference begins, everything will be revealed. I am somewhat uneasy about the appearance of those ghost spirit sect cultivators today. I feel that this group of people is extraordinary. They actually made the disciples of the Yan family suffer repeated losses, which is really unexpected. I wonder if any of you know about their origins. The middle-aged man surnamed Wu frowned and asked, his playful demeanor completely gone. It seemed that he was genuinely uneasy about those cultivators. This question from Fang Shimai immediately made most of the people, including Han Li, exchange glances. Most of them had never heard of this sect before. After all, just by its name, it was obvious that it was not a good sect. Most likely, it was a sect of the demonic path. It was surprising that such a sect could make the Yan family, a local hegemon, so wary and not immediately turn hostile after injuring so many disciples. It seemed that their fierceness was definitely not to be underestimated. However, since it was most people, of course, there was one person who behaved differently from the others. This person turned out to be the silent Waiyu Zai who had never spoken. Only he remained unchanged, seemingly knowing the appearance of the ghost spirit sect. This made the others couldn't help but be somewhat expectant. Junior brother, do you know about the ghost spirit sect? Wufa Zai also asked with great surprise. This junior brother of his had always disliked socializing with others, but liked reading various books and scrolls. Maybe he really knew something. The ghost spirit sect, one of the 6 demonic sects of the Tianluo kingdom, specializes in the art of exorcising ghosts and demons, as well as being proficient in poison techniques and some dark arts. Although it is one of the weakest sects among the 6, it is still 3 times stronger than our Yue kingdom's strongest sect, the Yanyu sect. Waiyu Zai raised his head, coldly saying these few words, and then closed his mouth again. But with just these few words, it was enough to change the expressions of the others, leaving them shocked. The demonic sects of the Tianluo kingdom. No wonder the Yan family is so restrained. That is definitely an absolute superpower that is several times larger than our 7 sects. In our region, apart from the righteous alliance of the Wind Capital, the other countries' cultivation forces cannot resist their invasion on their own. This time, It was the man from Jujian's sect who spoke with a changed expression. Could it be a mistake? How could such a powerful force suddenly come to our UA kingdom and even participate in such a small treasure-seizing conference? Fang Shimai, the female cultivator, said with some disbelief, her words carrying a hint of suspicion. Volume 2 of the Handbook of the Southern Heaven, Chapter 4. Waiyu Zai said coldly. Ah, the female cultivator didn't understand at first, but after a moment, she realized what he meant. This was a complete set of books hidden by all major sects, dedicated to introducing the customs and some strange and interesting stories of some countries in this region. It seemed to involve some matters in the world of cultivation, but because there were too many books, the female cultivator only lazily read a few and didn't bother to read them in detail again. Could it be that the matter of the ghost spirit sect could actually be found in these books? Perhaps realizing that not only she but also the others showed expressions of doubt, Waiyu Zai reluctantly said again. In this section of Volume 2, not only the ghost spirit sect, but also the other 5 sects are briefly introduced. Seeing Waiyu Zai's confident appearance, the others finally believed what he said. Now, everyone, besides being shocked, began to carefully ponder the intentions behind the sudden appearance of the ghost spirit sect in the Yan family. Han Li also rubbed his nose habitually, sinking into contemplation. Was the ghost spirit sect of the Tianluo kingdom planning a major invasion of the Yue kingdom? No, there were still the small countries of Jiang and Qi between the Yue kingdom and the Tianluo kingdom. Even if they were to invade, they would have to deal with the sects of these 2 small countries first. But although these 2 countries were small, their strength in the world of cultivation was not weak, and they could already match the combined strength of the 7 sects of the Yue kingdom. No matter how powerful the 6 demonic sects were, they couldn't easily conquer these 2 countries without attracting the attention of the righteous alliance of the Wind Capital. Moreover, they also faced the threat of the righteous alliance of the Wind Capital. They probably wouldn't give them the opportunity to expand their strength. After pondering for a while, Han Li finally ruled out the worst-case scenario. Han Li couldn't help but feel somewhat relieved after considering whether the appearance of the ghost spirit sect was an independent action unrelated to the 6 demonic sects. Even if the sky were to fall, someone taller would hold it up. If the ghost spirit sect had some shady business to conduct, it was none of Han Li's concern as a mere foundation establishment cultivator. The Yan family had nascent soul cultivators to handle such matters. This line of thought eased Han Li's mind somewhat. After the initial shock, the others gradually returned to normal, and surprisingly, no one mentioned the matter again. Instead, they discussed insights into cultivation, which caught Han Li's interest, and he joined the discussion without hesitation. Time passed quickly, and as the sky darkened, the few of them, feeling somewhat parched from the discussion, bid farewell shortly after other cultivators left. The exchange of insights proved beneficial for all of them, especially for those at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. The methods and opportunities for breaking through bottlenecks were particularly enlightening, leaving Han Li and the others at the early stage of foundation establishment with a sense of fulfillment. Clearly still eager for more discussion, the middle-aged man surnamed Wu suggested that they find a secluded place the next day to continue their conversation with more fellow cultivators. Additionally, they could hold a small-scale item trading event, which sounded even better. This suggestion received unanimous agreement from the others, and Han Li naturally didn't oppose it. And so, after finalizing their plans, they all departed. Han Li headed towards the inn marked on the map, a place specifically for hosting visiting cultivators. Located in the southeast corner of Yanling's stronghold, the Fengyu Inn was small and inconspicuous compared to others, making it less populated. This suited Han Li's preference for quietness and fewer people, reducing the chances of trouble. Plus, it was close to the city wall, making it convenient in case of emergencies. The inn was indeed sparsely populated, with guests who preferred solitude or were reclusive in nature. They stayed in their rooms and didn't wander around the inn, further satisfying Han Li. He promptly found a relatively clean room and settled in. As for Dong Xuaner's whereabouts, Han Li couldn't be bothered to search. After all, they would surely meet when the treasure-seizing conference began. Then, they could return to Huangfeng Valley together. With that thought, Han Li drifted off to sleep. During the night, as many cultivators entered slumber or practiced qi cultivation, in a heavily guarded room in the highest building of Yanling's stronghold, at the command center of the entire castle, known as Feiyun Pavilion, a red-haired old man paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, his face expressionless. Standing not far in front of him were 3 gray-robed elders, showing extreme reverence. Zijun, did that disciple of the ghost spirit sect truly say he would come to see me tonight? The red-haired old man finally stopped and looked towards one of the elders. Yes, Patriarch. The young master of the ghost spirit sect indeed privately contacted me after the martial arts competition ended. The man replied respectfully. The red-haired old man nodded slightly, his eyes flashing with a fleeting light. Just then, a middle-aged man in black walked in, bowing respectfully. Patriarch, 3 elders, the guest has arrived. He has been settled in the main hall, but his 2 guards refuse to wait outside. Several iron guards wanted to remove them, but they were restrained. It seems they are cultivators at the nascent soul stage. How should we handle this? The man reported. Nascent soul stage cultivators. That's not surprising. If the son of the ghost spirit sect's master doesn't have bodyguards, how can the sect leader rest assured? Let's go meet him. I'm curious to see what this young master looks like under the mask. Acting so furtively, the red-haired old man said, showing a hint of displeasure. Then he walked out of the room, with the others following closely behind. Upon entering the main hall, the red-haired old man saw a young man with a slender figure wearing a sinister silver mask, sitting motionless in the guest seat. Behind him stood two men in green robes, one with layered wrinkles on his face, looking extremely old, and the other a young boy with white teeth and rosy lips, wearing two small braids. In the center of the hall lay 7 or 8 black-clothed cultivators, each exuding a black aura, unconscious. I wonder who it is. Turns out to be the famous Lee brothers. No wonder you don't take our Yan family seriously, the red-haired old man said with a slightly disdainful tone upon seeing the two green-robed men. Then he walked to the main seat, sat down casually, and clapped his hands twice. Immediately, several black-clad men entered the hall and silently dragged the unconscious people out. I wonder who it is. It turns out to be the famous Lee brothers. No wonder you don't take our Yan family seriously, the red-haired old man said with a slightly disdainful tone upon seeing the two green-robed men. Then he walked to the main seat, sat down casually, and clapped his hands twice. Immediately, several black-clad men entered the hall and silently dragged the unconscious people out. He didn't expect our reputation to spread so widely that even Patriarch Yan knows about us. Tusk, this is our honor. However, this time my brother and I are only responsible for protecting the young master's safety. The real person in charge is our young master. If there's anything, Brother Yan can discuss it with our young master. The young man in the green robe smiled innocently, but his voice sounded like a broken gong, surprising the Yan family members around with a start. Hearing this, the red-haired old man's expression changed. The fact that these notorious villains spoke in such a manner indicated that the young master was indeed not an ordinary person. His gaze fell on the masked youth. After observing for a while, he asked indifferently, "Are you the young master of the ghost spirit sect? Why wear a mask? Is there something unsightly under it?" "You misunderstand, Patriarch. I wear this mask for a reason, not to hide anything unsightly. If you really want to see, I can take off the mask for you." The young master of the ghost spirit sect replied with a light smile, neither servile nor overbearing. "Humph, what's so special about a man's face? I have no interest in it. What I want to know is, why did the ghost spirit sect suddenly come to our Yan family, and why did you insist on meeting me? Now that I'm here and have seen you, what's the point of beating around the bush? I don't have the patience to meddle in your affairs," the Yan family patriarch said coldly, showing an attitude of being ready to take action at any moment. Since Patriarch Yan says so, I won't beat around the bush. I'll tell you straight away. My father has a letter to deliver to you, and there are 2 words added to be conveyed verbally. If Patriarch is willing to hear them, I can take off my mask for you to hear, the young master of the ghost spirit sect said calmly. His calm demeanor was quite extraordinary. "What letter? I've never met your father, and the Yan family and the ghost spirit sect have no dealings. Why would there be a letter for me? And the mysterious addition of 2 words, is it a mockery of me, Yan?" The Yan family patriarch spoke with a hint of disdain, glancing at the Lee brothers to see if there was any reaction. The Yan family patriarch found it hard to believe that the real person in charge was this young master of the ghost spirit sect. The Lee brothers naturally noticed the patriarch's suspicion, but they exchanged a smile and made no other movement. At this moment, the young master of the ghost spirit sect took out a jade slip from his body, stood up, and walked forward a few steps to hand it over. However, the Yan family patriarch remained motionless in his seat, showing no intention of reaching out to take it. Instead, he glanced at the jade slip and said indifferently, "We can look at the letter later. First, tell me those 2 words. After I hear them, I'll decide whether to read the letter or not." Upon hearing the patriarch's words, the young master of the ghost spirit sect didn't get angry. Instead, he sighed lightly behind his mask and then whispered 2 words through his lips, sending them into the patriarch's ears. Although others couldn't hear what the 2 words were, the Yan family patriarch's body suddenly trembled, and he abruptly stood up from his chair, his face extremely gloomy. "Give me the letter, then come with me to the secret chamber." After hesitating for a moment, the red-haired old man finally made up his mind and said decisively. So, in front of many Yan family disciples, the Yan family patriarch led the young master of the ghost spirit sect into a secret chamber with multiple layers of restrictive barriers. The others, including the Lee brothers, 2 nascent soul cultivators, remained outside. However, they showed no signs of worry. It seemed they were very confident about the safety of the young master of the ghost spirit sect. And so, they waited outside for the entire night. Han Li looked at the prescription of this senior in front of him, frowned slightly, feeling somewhat speechless. It was already noon on the 2nd day of Han Li's arrival at Yanling Fortress. After a lively discussion among several newly joined individuals in the morning, the dozen or so cultivators in the room began to exchange the items they needed. Each person took turns statting what they needed and what they could offer for exchange, to see if any other cultivators present were willing to trade. To everyone's surprise, some cultivators indeed brought out some valuable items. For example, a woman surnamed Fang from Tiank Fort brought out a piece of Tianhua stone for exchange. This was the best material for refining top-grade earth-attributed magic tools. Even some low-grade earth-attributed treasures could use this material. Another cultivator from the Spirit Beast Mountain brought out an egg of a wind-howling eagle, a high-grade level 1 demonic beast. After hatching, it could be a great helper for cultivators, whether for scouting or searching. Although the items brought out by others were not as eye-catching as those of the 2 mentioned above, they were still rare materials that were hard to come by in ordinary markets. Among them, Hanley even found some herbs needed to refine the gathering spirit pill, which surprised him, and excitedly traded 7 or 8 low-grade top-level talismans for them. Of course, the quality might not be sufficient, so he would need to go back and nurture them a bit more. Nevertheless, both parties were delighted with the exchange. When it was Han Li's turn to speak, he straightforwardly mentioned that he had some low-grade top-level talismans available for exchange, and listed the other 2 alchemy ingredients he still lacked. Finally, after hesitating for a moment, He added that various alchemical formulas were also acceptable for exchange. Since the materials needed for ancient formulas were not commonly found, and Han Li had not been able to gather them in Huangfeng Valley or the markets of the Heavenly Star sect, it was natural that the materials he mentioned were unfamiliar to most cultivators. As for the alchemical formulas, these cultivators were even less likely to bring them out for exchange with talismans. They all knew that Han Li was just saying it casually. Seeing that after speaking for so long, no one came forward to exchange, Han Li knew there was no hope and was disappointed, so he was about to sit back down. But unexpectedly, someone suddenly spoke up. "Do you accept any alchemical formulas? I have a prescription here, albeit a bit peculiar. How many talismans can you offer for it?" Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a glimmer of joy. Without hesitation, he said, "Of course, I'm willing to exchange for any alchemical formulas." After saying this, Han Li noticed that the person offering the formula was unexpectedly Taoist Waiyu, who was somewhat reclusive. Waiyu showed a rare smile when he heard Han Li's words, then tossed a green jade slip to him. Meanwhile, the other cultivators, seeing someone offering an alchemical formula in exchange for talismans, couldn't help but whisper to each other in disbelief. As for Waiyu's senior brother, Wu Fazai, he seemed indifferent and closed his eyes as if resting. After receiving it, Han Li glanced at it and understood why the other party was willing to exchange it. It was also an ancient formula, specifically for feeding spirit beasts called spirit feeding pill. According to the prescription, most demonic beasts loved to eat this pill, and if taken regularly, it could even help a spirit beast advance its cultivation level. It was undoubtedly the best pill for nurturing spirit beasts. Seeing this, Han Li was astonished. The value of this formula was evident to him. Of course, he wouldn't miss out on such a valuable opportunity. Han Li lowered his head in thought and then took out 10 low-grade top-level talismans from his storage pouch and handed them over. These should satisfy the other party. After all, this formula was useless to ordinary cultivators. Otherwise, Taoist Waiyu would have already traded it with the cultivators from the Spirit Beast Mountain long ago, and it wouldn't still be in his possession. Sure enough, Waiyu took the talismans and was satisfied, saying nothing more. Then, as soon as Han Li sat down, another cultivator immediately stood up, eager to speak. "I have some ironwood that's several hundred years old, but..." The exchange of items seemed to make the atmosphere in the room even hotter. Meanwhile, in the discussion hall of the Yan family's Flying Cloud Pavilion, a highly secretive clan meeting was taking place. All the stewards and elders with significant authority were gathered here, sitting in 2 rows, listening to the patriarch of the Yan family's speech. Standing beside the Yan family's patriarch was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, appearing to be about 17 or 18 years old, with features as delicate as a fairy. The conditions proposed by the ghost spirit sect for the Yan family's return are very generous. They are willing not only to lend us a copy of the 1,000 Spirit Scripture, but also to offer the position of deputy sect master of the ghost spirit sect to someone from our Yan family. Their only requirement is that we must marry Yanner to their junior sect master, and she must cultivate the blood spirit great technique together with him. Moreover, the position of the Yan family's patriarch in the future can only be held by the junior sect master and Yanner's children. Of course, the same applies to the position of the ghost spirit sect master. The Yan family's patriarch spoke calmly. Although his voice was not loud, it was crystal clear to everyone's ears, as if he were speaking directly into each person's ear. Let's discuss everyone's opinions and see what path the Yan family should take. We must remember that our Yan family originally came from the ghost spirit sect as cultivators, but due to conflicts with the sect's members, we came to Yu country to establish our foundation. The current sect master of the ghost spirit sect is still my nephew. Therefore, emotionally, we should not have any reservations. The only thing to consider is the gains and losses for our Yan family's interests. Furthermore, the junior master of the ghost spirit sect has brought news. The 6 demonic sects of the Tianluo nation will invade Yu country in 5 days. Jiang country and Cheki country have already fallen half a month ago, with most of their sects destroyed, and a small number have surrendered and become affiliated with the 6 demonic sects. So, even if our Yan family does not agree to the conditions of the ghost spirit sect, we must consider how the Yan family will continue to exist and survive after the 7 sects of Yu country are destroyed. This is the most important issue for our family. The patriarch of the Yan family didn't wait for the Yan family members below to react to the first issue before revealing another shocking piece of information, causing everyone below to start discussing it one after another. What? Jiang country and Cheki country's cultivation world has been occupied. This is impossible. These 2 countries are not weak in strength. Haven't they been facing off against the 6 demonic sects for so many years without any incidents? How could they suddenly fall? If they were taken so quickly, could there be some hidden reasons behind it? Clearly, these influential figures of the Yan family were still finding it hard to believe the news. All right, if anyone has any doubts, just raise them one by one. There's no need for such an uproar. It's unbecoming, the patriarch of the Yan family said with a cold expression. As soon as this statement was made, the previously noisy hall suddenly quieted down. However, everyone's gaze shifted to a middle-aged scholar sitting in the 3rd seat from the right of the red-haired elder. The patriarch of the Yan family saw this situation clearly, frowned slightly, and then said with a friendly expression to the scholar, "You and I, what is your opinion on this matter? You are the Yan family's strategist, and this concerns the life and death of the Yan family. Please analyze it carefully." "Yes, patriarch." The scholar didn't dare to delay, quickly stood up and said, "However, may I ask to raise a few questions first before discussing other matters?" "Of course, feel free to ask. I have nothing to hide. I will speak the truth," the patriarch of the Yan family solemnly assured. After receiving this assurance from the Yan family's patriarch, the scholar nodded and then asked solemnly, "Firstly, is the blood spirit great technique very powerful? How much influence does it have on Yanner's Tian Ling root aptitude and the junior sect master after they cultivate it together? Secondly, how did they find our Yan family, and how do they know that our ancestors originally came from the ghost spirit sect? Finally, did the news about Jiang country and Cheki country being occupied by the 6 demonic sects come entirely from them? If it's true, what is the righteous alliance of the Fengdu country currently busy with?" The scholar asked 3 questions in one breath. The patriarch of the Yan family listened to the scholar's questions, all of which were crucial points, and couldn't help but show admiration on his face, responding to each one. The blood spirit great technique, although not brought out by our Yan family ancestors, was highly praised in their notes, describing it as the first demonic technique in the 1,000 spirit scripture. Once cultivated, it can dominate the 6 demonic sects and is one of the most terrifying secret techniques in the world. However, this technique is too domineering. To prevent backlash, it must be cultivated by a man and a woman together. The aptitude of the spiritual roots is crucial for how far it can be cultivated. If the aptitude is not good enough, it can only reach 2 or 3 layers, which is essentially useless. Therefore, Yanner's Tian Ling root is undoubtedly the best cultivation partner desired by the other party. Similarly, the junior sect master of the ghost spirit sect also possesses a rare dark spiritual root, making them both the best candidates for cultivating the blood spirit great technique. With their exceptional aptitude, if they truly cultivate this technique together, they will surely refine it to its deepest depths, and sweeping the 6 sects will be a foreseeable event. Therefore, the ghost spirit sect is willing to spare no expense to win us over, even risking revealing the news of the 6 sects' invasion of Yue country to us, all for the opportunity for the ghost spirit sect to dominate the entire southern region. As for how the other party knew about our Yan family's origins, it's even easier to explain. Before our ancestors passed away, they once contacted the ghost spirit sect. It's estimated that from that time on, our Yan family came to the attention of the other party. As for Yanner's matter, the other party has probably been planning for quite some time. This is the perfect opportunity for them to use both soft and hard tactics to make our Yan family agree to this matter. The patriarch of the Yan family sighed slightly here, evidently feeling helpless about the rash contact between the Yan family ancestors and the ghost spirit sect. As for the impending invasion of the 6 demonic sects, it is indeed the other party who informed us. However, the situation of Jiang country and Cheki country being taken down by the other party, besides the information provided by them, our Yan family actually sensed something was amiss several days ago. The spies we placed in both countries should have sent messages by now according to convention, but there has been no news so far. It seems that what the other party said should be true. As for why the other party could easily take down the 2 countries, according to them, it was because several sects in the 2 countries had long been bought off by members of the 6 sects. So, under the circumstances of a powerful surprise attack and the betrayal of insiders, the two countries fell in one fell swoop. Therefore, the people of the six sects should now be clearing out the remaining cultivators who haven't surrendered in the two countries, as well as preparing for the invasion of UA country. After all, they still have suffered some losses. As for the righteous alliance of the Fengdu country, there's no need to hope for them anymore. Not long before the meeting, I received news that the righteous alliance had also invaded and nearly conquered a neighboring medium-sized country. It seems that the two major forces have made some secret deals, so they simultaneously began large-scale expansion operations. The patriarch of the Yan family systematically explained everything, causing astonishment and shock on the faces of everyone below. Both the demonic and righteous paths are expanding their forces at the same time. Heh, if that's the case, it's really interesting. After listening to the patriarch of the Yan family's words, the scholar smiled intriguingly and said a thought-provoking remark. "What do you mean by that, you and I?" A white-faced old man sitting opposite the scholar couldn't contain his curiosity and asked impatiently. "Second uncle, it's nothing. It's just a small speculation of mine. This speculation has nothing to do with our Yan family for now. Let's talk about the current situation of our Yan family first." The scholar casually waved his hand, indifferent. HMPH. The old man was a bit annoyed by the soft response, but could only sit back in his seat sullenly in front of the patriarch of the Yan family. "Oh, can I hear your little speculation later, you and I?" The patriarch of the Yan family became quite interested. "Of course, patriarch. I won't hide anything from you, elder." The scholar bowed respectfully and said, "Good, but let's talk about the current situation first. This time, our Yan family has made a wrong choice. Either we agree to the marriage proposal and risk being swallowed up, or we offend the other party and risk being exterminated with the help of the six sects." The voice of the red-haired elder also revealed some helplessness. After all, the Yan family's strength was still too weak. Even with the hidden power, they couldn't afford to confront the other party head-on. "Yes, patriarch. The current situation of our Yan family is indeed precarious. If we agree to the other party's conditions, there's a possibility of being absorbed by them. If we don't agree, their strength is too formidable, and there will be endless troubles." The scholar's eyes flashed with contemplation. "But what I mean is, we should agree to the other party's conditions and join the ghost spirit sect." The scholar finally said resolutely. Without waiting for any objections from some of the Yan family members, he continued. "Everyone has been wondering, what terrible consequences will there be if we don't agree to the other party's conditions? But have we ever thought about whether I can gain enough benefits from the 7 sects if we don't agree? As far as I know, although the 7 sects seem to be friendly with us on the surface, they have secretly been suppressing our Yan family in various ways in recent years, fearing that our Yan family's strength will further develop and threaten their interests. Therefore, they have already been subtly suppressing us. Even if we don't agree to the ghost spirit sect's conditions, and even reveal the news of the demonic sect invasion to the 7 sects, we probably won't gain any benefits. After all, the interests of UA country have long been divided by the 7 sects. How could they give us anything? Secondly, with the 6 sects invading together, even if the 7 sects of UA country introduce cultivators from other countries to fight against the demonic sects, I still think their chances of winning are not high. Aligning with the winner is the way for our Yan family to survive. After all, on the side of the losers, even if the promised conditions are good, they cannot be fulfilled. Similarly, agreeing to the ghost spirit sect's demands should not only focus on the disadvantages, but also on the benefits. Joining the ghost spirit sect, apart from the position of deputy sect master and Yanner learning the blood spirit great technique, the demonic path is currently in a golden age of expansion. In this way, the Yan family can openly develop its power after joining. Of course, we also need to pay attention and not let the people of the ghost spirit sect use us as cannon fodder, consuming our manpower in vain. As long as our Yan family grows strong enough to be on par with the other party, they won't be able to swallow us. And even if our strength surpasses theirs, who knows, maybe we'll be the ones leading the ghost spirit sect by then. The scholar talked eloquently, painting a beautiful future for everyone, revitalizing many people. Of course, some of the old Yan family members were still extremely worried. After all, the ghost spirit sect wouldn't be so kind-hearted as to give them time to gradually grow. But the scholar's next words made these people feel relieved again. Of course, we can't just go over there naked without any means of restraining the other party. If the other party sincerely wants our Yan family to submit, let the junior sect master and the 2 foundation establishment cultivators who came with them exchange life and death vows with Yanner and the 2 uncles from our family. In this way, the other party will be unable to harm our Yan family for at least 200 or 300 years. What our Yan family lacks is precisely this time to grow. If the ghost spirit sect is unwilling to pay this price, then we shouldn't even consider the idea of joining them. It just shows that everything said before was just a trap set for our Yan family. The scholar finally proposed a method to verify the other party's sincerity, which made the patriarch of the Yan family and the others nod repeatedly, feeling that this method was indeed very reliable. Yanner, Yan Wen, Yan Qi, you go and sign the life and death vows with the ghost spirit sect guests who are still in the hall. If they refuse, immediately activate the large array in the hall and trap them here, the patriarch of the Yan family ordered after closing his eyes for a moment. Yes, patriarch. With a charming smile, the stunning young girl beside the patriarch of the Yan family, Yan Yan, gracefully walked to the front of the hall to carry out the order. She was accompanied by 2 middle-aged men. Yanner, be careful. If something goes wrong, escape first. I will arrange for someone to pick you up outside. The patriarch of the Yan family evidently doted on this young girl from the Yan family, his face full of concern. Don't worry, patriarch. I have the purple cloud flag to protect me. I'm confident in my ability to escape. The girl comforted obediently, then walked out of the hall with the 2 middle-aged men. Watching his most beloved granddaughter leave, the red-haired elder still felt some worry in his heart. Then, without much thought, he issued a series of commands, setting up a large array around the hall to assist Yan Yan and prevent the other party from breaking the array and escaping the hall. For a period of time afterward, the meeting hall was quiet, with everyone anxiously awaiting Yan Yan's and the others' response. After a stick of incense had burned, a message talisman suddenly flew in from outside the hall, landing directly in the hands of the patriarch of the Yan family. With a light squeeze, the patriarch opened the message talisman, and Yan Yan's delicate voice rang out. "Patriarch, everything is done. When I and the two senior Marshall brothers made the request, the other party agreed. The life and death vows were also successfully completed. I am currently accompanying the other party to the hall because they said they have something to discuss with you, Patriarch. Please prepare." Yue family patriarch and the scholar waited for a while, and then the ghost spirit sect's junior sect master and Yan Yan walked into the meeting hall. "Since our Yan family has agreed to submit to your sect, is there anything else the junior sect master would like to instruct?" The patriarch of the Yan family spoke much more gently this time, clearly avoiding the taboo topic of the Yan family becoming part of the ghost spirit sect in the future. "No need to be so formal, Senior Yan. Since Miss Yan and I have exchanged life and death vows, it's considered a marriage agreement. Senior Yan can call me Wang Chan from now on. No need to address me as the junior sect master." Wang Chan, with a graceful demeanor, said elegantly after bowing slightly. "You can't say that. Until Yanner and you are officially married, it would be disrespectful for me to not address you as the junior sect master. After all, the Yan family will soon be a member of the ghost spirit sect." The patriarch of the Yan family, with an expressionless face, objected while stroking his short beard. Upon hearing this, the ghost spirit sect's junior sect master realized that the other party still harbored some suspicion towards him, so he didn't force a smile anymore and instead spoke. "In fact, this time, I asked Miss Yan to accompany me to see you, Senior, to inquire about how Senior plans to fulfill the agreement. After all, in 5 days, our 6 sects will officially attack Yue country. If the Yan family does not evacuate in time, it may be troublesome. Please rest assured, Junior Sect Master. Although our Yan family seems to have many members, some peripheral members with distant blood ties and ordinary people without cultivation will be abandoned. It's not realistic to transfer all of our members at once. Our Yan family is very clear about this." The scholar interjected this time. "Senior Yan, you can rest assured. Our Yan family has no intention of harming the invited cultivators. However, I can gather the disciples of the 7 sects in one place. As for how to deal with them and whether we can capture so many people, it all depends on the ability of your sect." The patriarch of the Yan family responded calmly. The scholar, relieved, echoed his agreement. However, the ghost spirit sect's junior sect master, hearing this, showed a hint of displeasure in his eyes and slowly spoke with some dissatisfaction. The souls of these cultivators are meant to be used for Miss Yan's blood sacrifice. It's a benefit to your Yan family, yet your family is unwilling to contribute. This is unreasonable. The patriarch of the Yan family was slightly surprised by this statement, but quickly replied with a calm face. But Yanner will soon marry the junior sect master and become his wife. She will be yours. Your sect should contribute. Of course, after our Yan family formally submits to the ghost spirit sect, we will not show mercy to the disciples of the 7 sects. However, these disciples were invited by us. If our Yan family takes action, it will tarnish our reputation among cultivators from other countries. If we let them go, it wouldn't be appropriate either. So it's best for your sect to handle this matter. This way, our Yan family can explain to the cultivators from other countries. Besides, with the 2 foundation establishment cultivators by your side, it's impossible for you not to capture dozens of foundation establishment disciples, right? The ghost spirit sect's junior sect master pondered for a moment after hearing this. Then he looked up and glanced at Yan, who had been silent the whole time, before speaking lightly. Since Senior Yan said so, then our ghost spirit sect will handle this matter. Consider the souls of these cultivators a gift to Miss Yan from me. What a generous gift from the junior sect master. I'll accept it on behalf of Yanner in the future. Yanner, pay your respects to the junior sect master. The junior sect master's gift is truly extraordinary. The patriarch of the Yan family smiled as he saw that the Yan family didn't need to take action. Miss Yan's early cultivation of the blood spirit great technique would be beneficial to me as well. You don't need to be so polite. After Senior makes a decision, please inform us of the location where the disciples of the 7 sects are gathered, and then we'll wait for the good news. Now, I will take my leave. The ghost spirit sect's junior sect master courteously spoke a few more words before bowing to the UA family patriarch and leaving. Meanwhile, inside the hall, the patriarch of the Yan family and the scholar exchanged meaningful glances. Han Li was feeling a headache right now, a very severe headache. And all of this stemmed from the 3 familiar faces and 1 stranger facing off in front of him. The familiar faces were Yan Yu and Senior Feng, as well as Dong Kshuhaner, who was almost lying in the arms of the stranger. The stranger was an extremely handsome man. Handsome. As soon as Han Lei saw the man's face clearly, these 2 words immediately came to mind. The man was too beautiful and androgynous, undoubtedly possessing equal attractiveness to both men and women. If he weren't dressed in men's clothing, he could easily be mistaken for a beautiful woman, and it wouldn't be surprising at all. But what was even more surprising was that despite his unique appearance, every move and gesture he made seemed perfectly natural and coordinated. Normally, Yan Yu and Senior Feng probably wouldn't have any aversion to such a man. But now, they were both glaring at the male cultivator dressed in purple with eyes full of fire. This was not only because Dong Kshuener was half lying in his arms, but also because Dong Xuan'er was staring at the man's exquisite face with an intoxicated expression, appearing completely infatuated. Han Li looked left and right, his brows furrowed and cursed in his heart. He had just wanted to take a shortcut back to the inn after the gathering. Who would have thought that in such a remote alley he would stumble upon such a scene of jealousy? Now, he couldn't avoid it no matter what. After all, Senior Hongfu had instructed him before leaving to keep a close eye on Dong Xuan'er. If he hadn't seen her, he could pretend not to know about her outrageous behavior. But now that he had seen it with his own eyes, if he didn't ask, it would seem unreasonable. Moreover, these two individuals, who had completely become Dong Xuan'er's loyal subjects, were overjoyed to see him appear. They rushed over with joy, eagerly asking him to take Dong Xuan'er away from the male cultivator. Because no matter how you looked at it, Han Li's danger level was much lower than that of this exceptionally beautiful man. It seemed that they regarded Han Li as their last lifeline. As Han Li listened to the two of them venting their grievances, he carefully observed the enchanting man and Dong Xuan'er's intoxicated expression. According to the two, they had accompanied Dong Xuan'er to several famous shops this afternoon to buy some materials and talismans. Unexpectedly, they ran into this man in one of the shops. As a result, as soon as Dong Xuan'er saw him, she immediately acted like a silly girl, actively clinging to him. Her actions became more and more excessive, making the two of them equally angry. What almost made them vomit blood was that when this man saw Dong Xuan'er coming over, he immediately accepted her without any hesitation and even wanted to take her away. In this way, how could these two agree to let him go? They trapped him in this narrow alley and demanded that he leave Dong Xuan'er here. However, after the man sneered, he said that as long as Dong Xuan'er was willing, he would not stop her at all. With these words, he completely tied these two poor fellows down here. Because no matter how they looked at Dong Xuan'er's expression, she actively threw herself into the man's arms. As Han Li clarified the situation, he noticed several peculiarities about the man in front of him. Firstly, he couldn't determine the man's approximate age from his stunning appearance. Despite his smooth and delicate skin, he appeared to be in his 20s. However, his demeanor and gaze seemed more like that of someone in their 30s or 40s, with a hint of frivolity reminiscent of a flamboyant young nobleman. Nevertheless, the man's cultivation was only at the mid-foundation establishment stage, which Han Li easily discerned. This was the reason why Han Li dared to stay in this place. If the man had been at the late foundation establishment stage, Han Li would have had to reconsider getting involved in such messy affairs. Secondly, despite being present, Dong Xuan'er only cast a cold glance at him before returning her gaze lovingly to the gorgeous man, as if he were a complete stranger. Something seemed amiss about this. "Who are you? Are you also an admirer of this young lady? Let me make it clear beforehand, unless this young lady willingly leaves, no one can take her away from me," the gorgeous man said contemptuously, looking down on Han Li's unremarkable appearance and only initial stage foundation establishment cultivation. Upon hearing this, Han Li showed no signs of remorse, but instead, after observing Dong Xuan'er and the gorgeous man for a moment, suddenly shouted in a deep voice, "Who are you to dare use enchantment techniques against cultivators from our 7 sects? Your audacity knows no bounds." The gorgeous man's face changed slightly upon hearing Han Li's words, but he quickly regained his composure and calmly replied, "You're spouting nonsense. This young lady and I are together willingly. If you don't step aside, don't blame me for being ruthless." Meanwhile, Yanniu and brother Feng, who had also heard Han Li's words, suddenly realized what was happening. They immediately surrounded the gorgeous man with threatening auras, expressing their anger. "Dong Junior sister, why are you suddenly ignoring us and acting as if you've been bewitched by a stranger? You've obviously been deceived by this kid. Release her enchantment immediately, or you'll feel the wrath of Brother Feng's purple radiance bowl." "That's right, something's not right here. Why would Dong Junior sister leave with you, a stranger, for no reason? It turns out you're a demon. I, Yanniu, must teach you a lesson on behalf of Dong Junior sister." Yanniu and brother Feng said, taking out a purple bowl-shaped artifact and a short spear-like artifact, indicating their intention to attack. Facing threats from cultivators at the early and mid-foundation establishment stages, the gorgeous man's expression turned cold as he said, "Presumptuous." At this moment, Han Li felt a sense of unease and instinctively felt that the gorgeous man was extremely dangerous. He suddenly shouted into Dong Xuan'er's ear, "Dong Xuan'er, are you not afraid of angering senior sister Hongfu and being confined by her?" Although Yanniu and brother Feng didn't notice Han Li's words, the gorgeous man seemed to sense something. After glaring at Han Li, he hurriedly looked at Dong Xuan'er. However, Dong Xuan'er, with a horrified expression on her face, struggled and escaped from the gorgeous man's embrace, retreating a few steps. Then she looked confused, as if waking up from a deep sleep. Yanniu and brother Feng were overjoyed to see this, but as the gorgeous man approached Dong Xuan'er with a displeased look on his face, they immediately stepped forward to separate them, unwilling to let Dong Xuan'er fall victim to his enchantment again. Dong Xuan'er's mind was completely clear now, but she seemed to remember something terrifying and dared not look at the gorgeous man again. Instead, she hurriedly ran to Han Li and took refuge behind him, completely avoiding the angry gaze of the gorgeous man. She was trembling uncontrollably, her face filled with fear, completely devoid of her previous arrogance. The gorgeous man's face turned slightly blue. With a venomous look in his eyes, he scanned Yanniu and brother Feng before finally glaring at Han Li. Seeing that all 3 of them were on guard against him, he knew that it would be impossible to take Dong Xuan'er back today. Because Dong Xuan'er had regained her senses, delaying these 3 for a while would be enough for him to leave. Moreover, if a fight broke out, it was highly likely to attract other cultivators, and he didn't want to be recognized here. But he had never let go of a piece of fat meat once it was in his mouth. Thinking of this, his beautiful face twisted slightly, and he said coldly, "Today's not over yet. I'll remember you three. Be careful." With that, the gorgeous man's body flashed with five-colored light and turned into a streak of light, shooting off into the distance, leaving Han Li and the others staring in disbelief. Back at the Fengyu Inn where Han Li was staying, he and Yanyu and brother Feng listened as Dong Xuan'er recounted her experience of being enchanted by the gorgeous man. I don't know why, but as soon as I made eye contact with him, my head immediately felt dizzy, and I didn't want to think about anything else. I just wanted to please him desperately and do anything for him, as if he were my destined master, and I couldn't muster any resistance. But I had only just met him for the first time. How could this be? I don't want to be anyone's slave. Dong Xuan'er's face grew paler as she spoke, and the feeling of being completely controlled by the gorgeous man filled her with terror, more terrifying than death itself. Han Li and the others exchanged glances, their faces extremely grim. The gorgeous man's enchantment technique was too powerful. If he had used such magic against them, how could they resist it? Don't worry, everyone. It seems that his enchantment technique shouldn't work on us men. After pondering for a while, Han Li spoke slowly. What? Does Han Jr. brother have any insights? Brother Feng asked eagerly, his spirits lifted. It's quite obvious. If his enchantment technique could truly affect us men, do you think he would have left us with such resentful glances when he left? Or perhaps his mana was insufficient, leaving him unable to cast the spell again. However, judging by his confident demeanor when facing us three, he doesn't seem to lack mana, so I believe the first possibility is the most likely, Han Li explained calmly. Upon hearing this, Brother Feng and Yanyu breathed a sigh of relief. Since the other party could only use such powerful enchantment techniques on women, they had nothing to fear. They were not afraid to confront him with their mana and magical artifacts. Han Jr. brother, if our female cultivators encounter this person, won't they be controlled for life? I don't want that. Dong Xuan'er's face was extremely pale, and as she spoke, she seemed on the verge of tears. For the first time, she called Han Jr. brother with extreme sorrow. Han Li was speechless. He wasn't the other party's minion or seeking protection, so why was Dong Xuan'er turning to him? However, Han Li didn't know that since he had rescued Dong Xuan'er from that terrifying situation, she had unconsciously developed a sense of dependence on him. When she found herself in danger, she naturally turned to him with such a pleading look. Before Han Li could respond, the other two immediately patted their chests and promised to protect Dong Xuan'er closely in the coming days, vowing not to let the demon man succeed again. Dong Xuan'er felt a little relieved knowing that two Foundation establishment cultivators were protecting her. Having two Foundation establishment cultivators protecting her seemed to resolve her worries. This time, she had been taken advantage of because she was unprepared. Next time, she wouldn't let the other party control her so easily. Thus, with a slightly revived spirit, Dong Xuan'er soon became playful again, using her charm to entice the two men until they were completely bewitched. Han Li couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. In retrospect, Dong Xuaner's techniques were somewhat similar to the gorgeous man's enchantment, but hers wasn't as domineering. However, her charm technique was undoubtedly a highly advanced form of enchantment. To be able to completely captivate a man without a sound, Han Li realized that her technique was no less dangerous than the gorgeous man's. It was equally perilous. However, amidst Han Li's astonishment, there was also some puzzlement. Although Han Li wasn't proficient in the art of illusion, he had some knowledge of it. The heavenly eye technique, commonly mastered by cultivators, could be considered the most basic illusion spell. If there was a significant gap in cultivation levels between two cultivators, using the heavenly eye technique to gaze into the opponent's eyes could potentially disrupt their concentration and put them at a disadvantage during battle. Even other types of illusion, spells primarily relied on the vast difference in cultivation levels to forcefully control the opponent's mind. Dong Xuani was at the early foundation establishment stage, while the handsome man was at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Normally, it was absurd for such a small gap to result in one being immediately subdued by the other's gaze. Unless the opponent was a foundation establishment cultivator specializing in illusion spells, there was some possibility. However, judging by the expression of the handsome man and his resentful look upon leaving, it seemed highly unlikely. It definitely didn't seem like a foundation establishment cultivator, pretending to be at the foundation establishment stage to toy with them. With these thoughts in mind, Han Li felt a bit more at ease. After all, he had been quite attentive to the resentful expression of the handsome man upon leaving. As he lifted his head from contemplation, he happened to see Dong Xuani and the two flirting figures again. The pitiful and innocent appearance from before had long disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, Han Li sighed inwardly, stood up, and was about to return to his room. But just as Han Li placed his hand on the wooden door, before pushing it open, he suddenly heard a loud voice from outside the inn. "Attention, guests of the inn. Tomorrow's treasure-snatching event will be divided into two groups. The country's cultivators will compete on the western peak of Yanling Fortress, while foreign cultivators will compete on the eastern peak. Please arrive on time tomorrow morning. Those who arrive late will be considered as forfeiting the competition voluntarily." After repeating this announcement 3 times, it seemed the person left. Han Li was taken aback by these words, but then he casually pushed the door open and walked out, returning to his room. Although Han Li was somewhat surprised by the separation of cultivators from different countries for the competition, he didn't perceive anything unusual. After all, if cultivators from the 7 sects competed together, it would definitely stir up trouble. This exclusionary mentality was the same everywhere, as evidenced by the confrontation in the tea house that day. As Han Li thought about this, he sat cross-legged on his bed, preparing to meditate and refine qi for the night to prepare for tomorrow's treasure-snatching event. In a residence in Yanling Fortress, a handsome and mysterious man sat on a wooden chair. In front of him, several men and women respectfully reported something to him. The man listened expressionlessly, occasionally flashing a hint of cunning in his eyes, and smirked for no apparent reason. At the same time, on the western peak of Yanling Fortress, dozens of disciples from the ghost spirit sect were busy on the mountain top, burying things underground from time to time. The young master of the ghost spirit sect and 2 Foundation establishment cultivators were hovering in midair, coldly observing everything below. How is it the temporary yin fire array has weakened so much? Will it still work? The young master of the ghost spirit sect suddenly asked. Don't worry, young master. There shouldn't be any problem. Although it's just a temporary formation with us brothers in charge, it can still exert some effect on trapping the enemy. Of course, if there's a late Foundation establishment cultivator inside the array or someone with a particularly powerful magic weapon, then it's hard to say. But for the vast majority of cultivators, they definitely won't have the ability to escape. One of the elder brothers, coughing lightly, replied somewhat unsteadily. Well, then I can rest assured. The 12 guards I brought with me aren't idle. With their strength, dealing with a few fish that slipped through the net is more than enough. The young master of the ghost spirit sect said confidently. Hearing this, the brothers named Lee felt that there was no problem and didn't speak further. In fact, if it weren't necessary to preserve the souls of these cultivators intact, his 2 brothers could have just acted directly to eliminate some Foundation establishment cultivators, which would have been a trivial matter. Why bother with such trouble? The brothers, Lee thought proudly. In a secret room in the Huangfeng Valley, thousands of miles away in the Taiyu Mountains, 7 or 8 Foundation establishment cultivators gathered together, listening nervously to a white-haired old man in a yellow robe. Everyone's expression changed with the old man's words. Han Li's master, Li Hueyuan, Hung Fu Fairy, and the fat man named Lei Wanhe were all among them, equally uneasy. After the cultivators in the secret room came out, the entire Huangfeng Valley boiled over. Various messaging symbols flew all over the sky, and at lower altitudes, waves of cultivators flew their vessels in a hurry. After a while, hastily formed groups of cultivators departed from the Huangfeng Valley overnight, heading towards unknown destinations. Such scenes were also staged in the other 6 sects, and messengers between the sects shuttled back and forth incessantly. It seemed that overnight, the entire cultivation world of the Yue Kingdom became filled with a sense of impending conflict. Meanwhile, various large and small families in the Yue Kingdom received a joint call-up order signed by the heads of the 7 major sects, demanding the mobilization of their outstanding disciples for duty. Those who disobeyed would face the iron-blooded eradication of their families by the law enforcement team composed of cultivators from the 7 sects. Of course, when the call-up order arrived at the Yan family 3 days later, naturally, no one went to receive it. By then, the Yan family had already vanished. Han Li and the cultivators in Yanling Fortress were too far from their sects to know about this. So, as soon as dawn broke the next day, some cultivators arrived early at the small mountain peak to the west. There, a huge array had already been set up, with two middle-aged men in Yan family attire meditating inside. Behind the array, there was a low platform where a dozen or so Yan family members, shrouded in mist, were standing, discussing something. It seemed they were waiting for all the cultivators to gather before starting the event. Han Li had also arrived at the mountaintop by this time. He didn't come out with Dong Xuanyi, but habitually took a step ahead alone. On the mountaintop, he happened to meet the middle-aged man surnamed Ba from the giant sword sect, and the two casually chatted for a while. "Brother Ba, do you know what this array is for?" Han Li asked, feeling that the huge array looked somewhat obtrusive after inspecting it several times during their conversation. "Embarrassingly, I'm not very knowledgeable about arrays, but I suppose it should be some sort of protective barrier. After all, if we Foundation establishment cultivators were to fight seriously, we definitely need to be confined to a certain area, or else this small mountain wouldn't be able to withstand our battles." The cultivator surnamed Ba scratched his chin and said nonchalantly, "Oh, that's indeed quite possible." Although Han Li said so, he still faintly felt a sense of unease from the array. It had nothing to do with the depth of his cultivation, but was entirely a gut feeling. Frowning, Han Li looked around. By now, more than 30 cultivators had arrived. The Taoist priests from Kingsu sect and the woman surnamed Fang from Tiank Pavilion, among others, had also arrived at this place and were congregating in groups, chatting and waiting. "Han, brother, why don't we go over and say hello? Look, isn't Wufa and the others over there?" The cultivator surnamed Ba suggested, smiling, as he pointed to where other people were gathering. "Brother Ba, feel free to go ahead. I still have some things to consider, so I won't disturb everyone." Han Li shook his head lightly, unwilling to join so many people. It was too conspicuous. Slightly puzzled, the cultivator surnamed Ba shrugged. But since this was a rare opportunity to make friends with cultivators from other sects, he didn't want to give it up easily. Han Li saw the cultivator surnamed Ba walk away and didn't stay in place himself. Instead, he habitually found a secluded corner, furthest away from the array, and walked over there. Then, he coldly observed the actions of other cultivators. After half an hour passed, Dong Xuanyi and senior brother Feng finally arrived at the mountain peak. Once they arrived, they immediately joined a group of cultivators from the Huangfeng Valley and quickly became immersed in conversation with several male disciples. Meanwhile, Yan Yu, who had been with them all the time, was nowhere to be seen, which surprised Han Li. At this moment, more than 10 Yan family members dressed in Yan family attire, but were actually disciples of the ghost spirit sect, were standing on the raised platform, quietly counting the number of people present. "Master, there are still 2 people missing, and it's already late. Should we wait a little longer?" After counting the number of people, a ghost spirit sect disciple reported to the young master of the ghost spirit sect. "No need to wait any longer. Immediately notify the two elders to open the array. Otherwise, if we wait too long, some clever cultivators may sense something wrong, and that would be worse. As for the two who didn't arrive, send guards 8 and 12 from the 12 guards to track them down. Regardless of why they didn't show up, they must not be allowed to leave Yanling Fortress alive. The young master of the ghost spirit sect ordered without hesitation, his murderous intent overflowing. The cultivators by the side of the ghost spirit sect's young master transmitted the message to the Lee brothers disguised within the formation. However, they were surprised and turned to the ghost spirit sect's young master once again, seeking guidance. Young master, the two elders said that 3 cultivators are too far from the formation. When it's activated, they won't be restricted by the formation. We need to find a way to lure them closer. The ghost spirit sect's young master was somewhat taken aback by this situation and furrowed his brow in thought. This situation was somewhat unexpected for him. The temporary yin fire array they set up already had a considerable range of restriction. It was strange that there were still people outside its range. With these thoughts in mind, the ghost spirit sect's young master Wang Chan raised his head and looked ahead. Indeed, beyond the control range of the formation, he found 3 individuals outside. Among them, a male and a female disciple of the concealed moon sect were affectionately whispering under a big tree northeast of the formation, looking entirely absorbed in their intimate conversation. On the other hand, towards the west, standing some 10 zhang away from the boundary, was a seemingly ordinary young man in yellow clothes, calmly observing everything on the mountain peak. It was Han Li, who always prioritized caution. These 3 are the ones, Wang Chan muttered to himself. After a moment of contemplation, he whispered a few words to the ghost spirit sect cultivator beside him. The subordinate nodded repeatedly in response. Then this ghost spirit sect cultivator, dressed in Yan family attire, walked out of the platform and missed, standing not far from the formation, and began shouting loudly. All guests attending the event, come and sign up for the draw. Once the numbers are counted, the treasure-snatching event will officially begin. This shout immediately caught the attention of other cultivators, and they involuntarily flocked towards the vicinity of the formation. Even the concealed moon sect disciples, somewhat reluctantly, approached and stepped into the restricted area of the formation. Seeing this scene, Wang Chan's lips, hidden under his mask, couldn't help but curl up slightly. However, when his gaze turned to where Han Li was in the west, the slight smirk on his lips immediately froze. Because in his eyes, Han Li remained motionless, showing no intention of approaching to sign up. He even stood there with his arms crossed, looking interestedly at the gathering crowd of cultivators. Which sect does that man belong to? After a while, Wang Chan asked coldly. Judging from his attire, he should be a disciple of the Huangfeng Valley. The ghost spirit sect cultivator beside him seemed to sense the young master's displeasure and answered cautiously. Tell the 2 elders to take action. This disciple from the Huangfeng Valley is quite interesting. Let me handle him personally." Wang Chan said indifferently, but there was a trace of bloodthirstiness hidden in his eyes, as if emitting a faint scent of blood. "Yes, young master." Several ghost spirit guards behind him shivered involuntarily and replied respectfully. From afar, Han Li stood on the side of the mountain rock, seemingly smiling as he watched the cultivators signing up. But if someone were to take a closer look, they would notice that his smile was stiff and forced, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. The person from the Yan family is a disciple of the ghost spirit sect. This was the shocking discovery Han Li made a moment ago. Originally, when the person disguised as a member of the Yan family appeared, Han Li didn't harbor any suspicions. Even when the person called for sign-ups, Han Li had intended to go over. But at the moment the person waved to the cultivators behind him, Han Li was astonished to find that this person had half an inch of dark green nails, exactly the same as the nails of the ghost spirit sect's strange yellow-haired person from that day. In shock, Han Li immediately made an unbelievable speculation in his mind, and a chill ran down his spine. These dark green nails are not something an ordinary person would have. Could this person be? After making this terrifying speculation in his mind, Han Li naturally refused to take another step forward. While he struggled to maintain a smile on his face, his eyes swept around quickly. However, everything seemed normal without any signs of ambush. Could it be that the person's dark green nails were just a coincidence? As soon as the thought of coincidence came to mind, Han Li immediately rejected it himself. There were not so many coincidences in the world. Even if it were a coincidence, he didn't want to take the risk, especially since the formation seemed so suspicious. With this in mind, Han Li no longer hesitated. He stretched out his hand, and the divine wind boat appeared in his hand. But before he could throw it out, a lazy voice suddenly came from above him. "Unexpectedly, you have quite an eye at such a young age. Trying to slip away so soon. Don't you want to save your fellow sect members?" Han Li's heart sank upon hearing this, and without hesitation, he tiptoed backward, shooting out more than 10 zhang away in an instant, coming to a stop. Then he slapped his body, and a layer of red shield enveloped him, while within the shield, a layer of green light emerged, closely clinging to him. At this moment, a slight sound of surprise came from the air, either admiring Han Li's quick reaction or amazed by his skill in simultaneously releasing 2 layers of shields. After hearing this sound, Han Li, who had somewhat relaxed, raised his head with a solemn expression, looking towards the sky. Several dozen zhang high in the air, a figure wearing a silver mask and a green robe stood on a giant trident, surrounded by a green mist. The mist exuded a chilling aura, sending shivers down one's spine. Seeing this scene, Han Li felt a chill in his heart, unable to help but blurt out, "Young master of the ghost spirit sect. He, looks like there's no need for introductions. You recognize me best. But are you going to willingly enter that formation and buy yourself some time, or should I immediately extract your soul?" The blood-red color in Wang Chan's eyes intensified compared to when he was on the platform, and most of his eyes were now crimson, with hints of ferocity. This made Han Li's heart churn, wondering what terrifying technique this person had cultivated. However, when he heard the words within the formation, Han Li couldn't help but glance sideways. The scene he saw made his face darken in horror. At some point, a huge black light curtain enveloped the entire area, centered on the giant formation. The curtain was filled with dense black and red mist, making it impossible to see anything inside, and it was completely silent, as if there were no one inside. Around the light curtain, 8 green-robed cultivators stood scattered. They were all concentrating on observing everything inside the dark curtain, not even sparing a glance towards their young master's direction. It seemed that these subordinates of the young master had full confidence in him. After sweeping a glance, Han Li quickly withdrew his gaze, not daring to be distracted. Undoubtedly, although this young master of the ghost spirit sect appeared to be only at the mid-foundation establishment stage, he was an extremely formidable opponent. One wrong move, and Han Li would be doomed to stay here forever. With this in mind, Han Li extended his hand outward, and a white light surged from his palm, forming a white scale shield, which he placed in front of him. With his other hand, he tossed the divine wind boat several zhang behind him, where it floated leisurely in the air. According to Han Li's plan, he would immediately fly away on the divine wind boat at full speed. Only an idiot would choose to confront this young master of the ghost spirit sect here. Not to mention whether he could defeat the young master from the sect. Even if he could dispatch him, there were still plenty of reinforcements waiting behind him. Han Li didn't have the ability to fight against multiple opponents alone, nor did he intend to do such a foolish thing. So for Han Li, it was best to hurry back to the Huangfeng Valley and report the collusion between the ghost spirit sect and the Yan family. That would be considered fulfilling his duty. As for Dong Xuanyi, senior brother Feng, and the others, he could only rely on their master to personally rescue them. Seeing Han Li's actions, Wang Chan burst into mad laughter, with a hint of madness that sent shivers down Han Li's spine. Trying to run, where do you think you're going? Just die for me. With that, the young master of the ghost spirit sect suddenly spun on the trident. In an instant, a crimson mist gushed out from his body, forming a blood cloud tens of zhang tall, rushing menacingly towards Han Li. Seeing this, Han Li no longer dared to hesitate. He leaped onto the divine wind boat, activating its full power. In the blink of an eye, he, along with the boat, turned into a white light, swiftly flying away. "Ha, little brat, don't you know? The escape technique of my blood spirit great technique is faster than full speed. You can't escape." Wang Chan's mad laughter followed closely behind Han Li. Although Han Li didn't look back, he could feel the other person's voice seemingly getting closer. This guy's escape technique was even faster than the full speed of the divine wind boat. Han Li's face turned slightly blue. In the blink of an eye, The white light transformed by Han Li, and the blood cloud behind him chased after each other for more than 100 miles. But the distance between them gradually narrowed to about 10 yards. While Han Li lamented inwardly, he had no idea that Wang Chan, who controlled the blood cloud behind him, was also greatly surprised. It must be known that although the blood escape technique of the blood spirit great method dare not claim to be the best among the 6 sects, its speed definitely ranks among the top 5 among various sects' secret techniques, much faster than ordinary top-tier flying magic tools. But now, under his full-speed flight, he couldn't catch up with Han Li, who was driving the small boat to escape. Wang Chan was unexpectedly surprised, and his killing intent grew heavier. Han Li knew that if he continued to flee like this, he would definitely be caught up by the other party in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense. He had to do something. So he reached into his storage pouch, and a bunch of basic rapid fireball talismans appeared in his hand. Then, with a slight pause in his figure, he threw several of them back without hesitation, then continued to run wildly, followed by a rumbling explosion from behind. Han Li couldn't help but turn his head and take a look. I saw that the front end of the raging blood cloud seemed to have been dispersed a lot, becoming sparse, and the figure of the ghost spirit sect's young master could vaguely be seen. Han Li was overjoyed and was about to activate the remaining few when Wang Chan in the blood cloud suddenly raised his hand, and a green light flew straight towards Han Li. Surprisingly, the flying fork magic tool that Wang Chan had originally stepped on. Han Li was helpless, and the talisman in his hand immediately flew towards the green fork. Dozens of consecutive explosions of fireballs shattered the black, smoke-covered giant fork and couldn't get close to him for a while. But in the time it took for a cup of tea, the blood cloud behind him had returned to its original state, and the flames raged again. Just at this moment, Wang Chan suddenly emitted several sharp whistles from his mouth, and with this sky-splitting whistle, the blood cloud suddenly surged up, covering the sky and the sun in an instant. Immediately after this surging blood cloud, its speed increased several times, rushing from behind like raging waves, quickly spreading to the front of the divine wind boat, and quickly spreading out, instantly trapping Han Li and the boat in midair. Han Li was shocked and hurriedly stopped the divine wind boat that was about to collide with the blood cloud, and took out a pair of black magic tools resembling claws from the storage pouch. At this time, the weird green fork came silently from behind again. Go. Han Li roared lowly as if he had eyes on the back of his head, throwing the pair of magic tools backward. As soon as he let go, the pair of claws immediately grew to about 10 feet in size and fiercely grabbed towards the approaching green fork. The green fork didn't show any weakness, releasing several strands of black air from the fork tip and entwined the giant claws layer by layer, seemingly unable to move. Seeing this, Han Li pinched a magic formula, and the pair of giant claws suddenly surged with a black light several feet long, which shattered the surrounding black air in a few snaps and could no longer form. Not bad, not bad. It's indeed not an ordinary top-tier magic tool to easily break the yin soul threads on this bi-yin fork. It seems that it's not in vain for me to personally make this trip. Wang Chan's voice echoed outside the blood cloud, and after a series of wailing sounds from the green fork, it suddenly retreated and disappeared without a trace in the blood cloud. Han Li also retrieved the top-tier magic tool Black Dragon Seizure, made with dragon claws from in front of him, vigilantly looking around. Now he was completely enveloped in the blood color that covered the sky, with no gaps to escape, and the air was filled with a nauseating smell of blood. It seemed that without forcibly opening a way, he would not be able to escape. Thinking like this, Han Li was about to release the Black Dragon Seizure again. But before he could act, a rolling sound came from the blood cloud in front of him, and then two grotesque blood-red monsters, about 10 feet tall, with short horns and a pointed tail, and two red eyes like Wang Chan's, rushed towards Han Li. What is this? Han Li saw such monsters for the first time, and they looked exactly like the legendary little demons. This made Han Li's heart hairy, and he hurriedly let go of the Black Dragon Seizure, grabbed one, and easily tore the little demons to pieces, turning them back into blood clouds. Han Li felt a little relieved. It turned out that they were not difficult to deal with. But before Han Li's thoughts emerged, Wang Chan's mocking voice came from all directions. Hey, sir, don't relax too early. My blood ghosts of the blood spirit great method are not so easy to deal with. The real fun is just beginning. Hearing this, Han Li's heart sank. But his mind was as firm as a rock and not easily swayed by the opponent's words. He continued to rotate the magic tools and fiercely attacked the blood cloud. As a result, as soon as the Black Dragon Seizure touched the blood cloud, it easily penetrated into it. Han Li was just about to rejoice, but in an instant, the pair of Black Dragon Seizure became stagnant and seemed to be about to lose control. Han Li was shocked and hurriedly exerted all his strength to retract the magic tools before they completely lost control and sucked the Black Dragon Seizure out of the blood cloud, flying back to his side. Hey, your magic tools surprisingly don't fear the pollution of my spirit blood. This young master wants them even more. Wang Chan first exclaimed in surprise, but then he couldn't conceal his greed. At the same time, the blood cloud from all directions suddenly churned and rolled, and then one blood ghost crawled out after another, rushing towards Han Li in a frenzy. With a wooden expression on his face, Han Li danced with the Black Dragon Seizure like a storm, letting these blood ghosts be cut into pieces as soon as they touched him, turning them back into blood clouds. When Han Li had killed more than 100 blood ghosts and saw that more and more monsters were being born, he sighed inwardly. The worst situation had indeed occurred. These monsters were actually endless. After killing one, another would emerge from the blood cloud, maintaining a number of about 30. It seemed that the ghost spirit sect's young master wanted to exhaust him alive here. Thinking of this, Han Li naturally refused to continue like this. He slapped his storage pouch, took out dozens of mid to low-grade talismans, about 70 or 80 of them, and threw them all towards one side of the blood cloud in one breath. Then, fireballs, ice cones, and other things flew over like rain, followed by several fire snakes instantly launched by Han Li himself. After seeing that the fireball barrage could slightly break up the blood mist, Han Li had already memorized it in his heart. Now he hoped that these spells could help him open a way out. Thinking beautifully, Wang Chan drank coldly. Han Li actually had so many talismans on him, which was really beyond his expectations. After all, apart from the top-tier ones, basic talismans were not of much use to Foundation establishment cultivators. But although this ghost spirit sex young master was arrogant, he didn't dare to let his blood mist directly confront these spells. After all, his blood spirit great method had only cultivated 2 layers and couldn't withstand the relentless bombardment of so many spells. As for the attacks of magic tools, he wasn't afraid because of the corrupting nature of the blood mist. Several black skull heads flew out with Wang Chan's shout, and just as these spells approached, they suddenly squeezed out of the blood cloud, simultaneously opening their mouths and spraying out several strands of black air, immediately blocking the incoming spells. After a fierce bombardment, except for these few skull heads swaying a few times, the blood mist behind them did not move. Han Li's face sank, and he couldn't help but look to the other directions. But before he could make a move, black skull heads appeared in the blood clouds from all other directions. At the same time, Wang Chan's sneer came. "Do you think there's a chance for you to take advantage? Behave yourself and become a meal for the blood ghosts. I really want to see the scene of your being devoured by blood ghosts. I'm sure the bloody scene will be extremely wonderful. I can't wait to see it." Then, the crazy laughter of the ghost spirit sects, young master echoed again, and his madness was obvious. Fool. Han Li, on the one hand, drove away the black dragon seizure to deal with the blood ghosts that appeared again, and on the other hand, cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he desperately thought of a countermeasure. At this moment, Han Li had already taken out a mid-grade spirit stone, held it in his hand, and began to replenish some spiritual power. After all, this continuous killing of blood ghosts made him a Foundation establishment cultivator in the early stage, feel overwhelmed. As for Wang Chan, he was sitting cross-legged at the top of the blood mist, constantly chanting incantations to give birth to one blood ghost after another, feeling extremely comfortable. Although this Huang Feng Valley cultivator had low spiritual power, his magic tools were quite strange, and they looked very good. Just thinking about the magic tools he would have after this battle made him somewhat proud, and even the bloodthirsty madness in his heart seemed to lessen a lot. After waiting for a while, the blood mist remained foggy, with no sound at all. Whenever those little ghosts approached the thickest part of the mist, they would immediately be shredded to pieces, and no movement could be detected. Now Wang Chan couldn't sit still. With a pinch of his hands, those floating skulls on the surface of the blood cloud opened their mouths wide, and dozens of thick black lights spewed out from all directions, shooting directly toward Han Li's original position. A slight tremor echoed with a bang. Faint white light flickered in the mist. Amidst the intense collision of black and white lights, a white light curtain appeared faintly in the mist. This startled the ghost spirit sect's young master for a moment, but then he remembered the pure white scale shield that Han Li had initially summoned. Wang Chan frowned, hesitated for a moment, and murmured to himself, "In exchange for so many exquisite magical treasures, let's lose some essence blood, to prevent this kid from using any tricks to escape." After saying this, Wang Chan suddenly extended his right index finger to his mouth, lightly bit it, and then squeezed out a thick drop of blood from the wound, gently dripping it into the blood cloud below. Then he plunged both hands deep into the blood cloud, concentrating on manipulating his techniques. As Wang Chan slowly chanted the incantation, the originally red blood cloud swirling around Han Li gradually began to spin faster and faster, gradually pressing towards the center. The blood ghosts automatically melted away without a trace. As the blue and red mist spun faster with the blood cloud, it was quickly swept away and merged into it, gradually revealing a huge white light barrier in the center. This light barrier was shaped like an inverted bowl with a white scale shield at its center. Underneath the light barrier, Han Li held a strange-shaped dagger in one hand, emitting dazzling yellow light, while holding a stack of sparkling talismans in the other hand, ready to launch an attack. Beside him, a green and a red sphere continued to emit thick blue and red mist. All of this was clearly visible to Wang Chan. The ghost spirit sect's young master saw this scene, sneered a few times, and was about to ridicule a few more words. But as soon as he uttered a word, he saw Han Li below suddenly raise his hand. The dagger in his hand flicked lightly, turning into a dazzling yellow light several zhang long, shooting directly towards Wang Chan. At the same time, the stack of talismans in his other hand was thrown out, revealing a dozen fiercely burning fire dragons, all attacking at once. "Kid, your magical treasures can't break through my blood spirit great method, unless..." Wang Chan, who originally didn't care, once again summoned the skulls to spew out black gas. But when he casually mentioned unless, he suddenly remembered something, and his face changed drastically. Without hesitation, he flew out of the blood cloud. At the same time, the yellow light puffed several times, shattering several skulls blocking its path. Then, along with the fire dragons, it broke through the blood cloud and rushed out from where Han Li had been meditating. Afterwards, a white light flew out from the gap, swiftly fleeing, with the yellow light following closely behind. "Magical treasures," Wang Chan exclaimed in shock and anger. He had neglected to realize that Han Li had only used the mist to buy time to activate his magical treasures. Otherwise, even if the opponent had magical treasures, he would not have given him time to use them. However, the probability of a Foundation establishment stage cultivator having magical treasures was indeed very small, so he overlooked this matter. But even if the opponent had magical treasures, how could he, as the ghost spirit sect's young master, fear him? He also carried two magical treasures himself, one of which was a very rare one with special attributes. Naturally, he wouldn't let Han Li escape like this. Angered to the extreme, Wang Chan flew into the blood cloud again, once again rolling up the blood cloud, and flew out to chase after Han Li with blood escape as fast as lightning. After a quarter of an hour, Han Li stood on the divine wind boat, coldly watching the approaching blood cloud again. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and the yellow light following closely behind unexpectedly turned back, stabbing directly at the ghost spirit sect's young master hiding in the blood cloud. However, Wang Chan, who was already on guard, threw out a prepared object from his hand. A golden skull enlarged in the wind, and its huge mouth bit down on the yellow light, preventing it from advancing. Han Li was surprised and hastily attempted to retrieve it, but apart from bouncing around in the mouth of the golden skull for a few times, the yellow light was powerless. Wang Chan smirked a few times, and the blood cloud around him surged again, making Han Li feel a chill in his heart. It seemed that he was about to be trapped again. But just then, the boiling blood cloud suddenly subsided, leaving Wang Chan, who was about to cast a spell, with a drastically changed expression. Not only did his flying speed slow down, but his face also turned a faint bluish-black. Han Li, who had been paying attention to the other party all along, was stunned to see this. Then he saw the other party emit a shocked scream, and without caring about the golden skull still confronting Han Li, he wrapped himself in the blood cloud and swiftly flew backwards, leaving Han Li dumbfounded in place, somewhat puzzled. He could only hesitate to turn the golden skull, along with the yellow light, into two talismans and easily retrieve them. Then, watching the ghost spirit sect's young master's disappearing figure, he didn't know what to do. He didn't dare to chase after him, as he didn't have the courage. However, listening to the gradually fading sharp screams from the other party, Han Li immediately realized something and hurriedly directed the divine wind boat in a different direction, disappearing into the horizon. Not long after, Han Li, who had just escaped danger, regretted it greatly after careful consideration. He finally understood why the other party didn't chase, but retreated instead. The other party had been poisoned, and it was the incredibly poisonous ink dragon poison. This all stemmed from the fact that the other party dared to absorb a large amount of green fire mist, which also contained the residual poison of the ink dragon, into the blood cloud. During the refining of these mists, he had requested that the residual poison of the ink dragon be incorporated into them. Now, these blood clouds, which had absorbed the mists and also contained a large amount of toxins, would surely be inhaled into the body again when this young master operated his technique. How could he not panic and retreat after being poisoned? The more Han Li thought about it, the more regretful he became. Returning now would be akin to being foolish. He missed a great opportunity to kill a strong enemy and seize more treasures from him, leaving him feeling somewhat depressed. However, he couldn't understand why the other party didn't retrieve such a powerful magical treasure as the golden skull and instead fled. He was somewhat puzzled. Little did Hanli know that the ghost spirit sect's young master, who was similarly cautious and retreated at the first sign of trouble, was currently furious to the point of emitting smoke from his 7 orifices. Beside him were the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, the Lee brothers, who were looking at each other in astonishment. It turned out that Wang Chan had met these 2 elders of the ghost spirit sect, who had just subdued the cultivators of the other 7 sects. They had followed up because they were somewhat concerned about the safety of this young master. Now, upon seeing Wang Chan poisoned, they naturally used their profound cultivation to quickly force the toxins out of his body. However, this newly detoxified young master also vaguely guessed the reason for his poisoning. But he interpreted Han Li's unintentional actions as intentionally setting a trap for him. This caused Wang Chan, who had never suffered such a big loss before, to immediately harbor deep hatred towards Han Li and secretly regard him as a formidable opponent. With these 2 thoughts in mind, Wang Chan, feeling somewhat unwilling to give up despite his weakened state, continued to chase after Han Li with the 2 elders. But after hundreds of miles, they returned empty-handed. Yet, the sense of frustration in his heart was like a fishbone stuck, making him forever uncomfortable. As for the powerful magical treasure like the golden skull that had to be abandoned because it couldn't be retrieved for a while, he didn't care much. After all, it had been used many times and was probably close to running out of power. Even if Han Li took it away, it would be of little use. But what made him even more furious was that as soon as he returned to the ambush he had set up on the small hill, a ghost guard came to report that a group of cultivators from the Hua Dao sect of the 6 devil sects had suddenly attacked them. Although there were no casualties, 2 female cultivators who had already been subdued were taken away by the other party. Judging by the outstanding appearance of the leader, it was none other than the 2nd son of the Hua Dao sect master, Tian Buke, a young and ruthless character whose reputation was not inferior to Wang Chan's. Upon hearing this bad news, Wang Chan's gaze only darkened slightly on the surface, but in reality, he almost felt like spitting blood. Both Han Li and Tian Buke had now made it onto his list of must-kill targets in the future. Let's go. Inform Patriarch Yan and start evacuating immediately. After taking a deep breath, Wang Chan finally said coldly. At this moment, Han Li dared not delay any longer and flew quickly towards the yellow Maple Valley. However, on the way, he unexpectedly ran into a group of cultivators from the Hua Dao sect and the Crescent Moon sect. Under the leadership of a Foundation establishment cultivator, he was conscripted on the spot. Han Li looked at the token in his hand, signed by the heads of various sects, authorizing the mobilization of disciples for travel. He felt extremely frustrated. The mobilization order seemed genuine, as it bore the emblem representing a sect's head, which couldn't be forged. But he really didn't want to comply just like that. Because from the other party's words, Han Li had learned about the invasion of the 6 demon sects and knew that a great calamity in the cultivation world of Yue country was inevitable. Whether the 7 sects of Yue country could survive this ordeal remained uncertain, but it was certain that thousands of cultivators would perish. Even those in the foundation establishment stage might meet their end. So upon learning this astonishing news, what Han Li wanted most now was to immediately return to his cave abode and enter seclusion for several decades before coming out again. However, he also knew that this was just wishful thinking. As a disciple of the 7 sects, it wouldn't be easy to escape this great conflict. While Han Li was pondering, the male cultivator from Concealing Moon sect who announced that he had been mobilized smiled and said, "Junior brother, have you read it clearly? Can you please state your name and cultivation level? We will have many opportunities to cooperate in the future." Han Li focused his thoughts, glanced at the man, and then at the 30-plus cultivators behind him. Among them, only 3 were in the foundation establishment stage, while the rest were only qi condensation disciples. This made Han Li feel somewhat relieved. At least it didn't seem like they were on some highly dangerous mission. Thinking of this, Han Li clasped his fists and said, "Han Li from Yellow Maple Valley, Foundation Establishment Initial Stage." Although both were in the Foundation Establishment stage, their respective cultivation levels were obvious at a glance. But out of politeness, Han Li still honestly stated his cultivation level. After all, the other party was in the Foundation Establishment late stage, significantly higher than him, and he didn't want to offend him easily. But then, Han Li asked with some doubt, "How can you be sure that there is no problem with my identity, and just intercept me and show the mobilization order? Is it not just based on this Yellow Maple Valley clothing?" Originally, when Han Li saw this group of cultivators from Huadian Fortress and Concealing Moon sect, he had wanted to slip away and flee far. However, this sharp-eyed guy directly intercepted him with a few flashes and then announced that he was being mobilized. During the blood trial last time, I saw Junior brother at a glance. I didn't expect that after so many years, Junior brother Han has successfully reached the Foundation Establishment stage. This is truly a joyous occasion. The man in his 30s from Concealing Moon sect smiled faintly and said something that surprised Han Li greatly. "You are." Being reminded by the other party, Han Li felt that the man looked somewhat familiar. Indeed, he had seen him during the blood trial. "I am Xuan Li, one of the external affairs managers of Concealing Moon sect. Last time, when I accompanied Senior Marshal Uncle Nai Shang's team, I witnessed Junior brother Han's amazing performance." The man chuckled lightly, speaking meaningfully. At this moment, Han Li suddenly realized that this person was one of the 4 Foundation Establishment stage leaders of Concealing Moon sect at that time. He just didn't pay much attention to him back then, so his impression was a bit vague. But Han Li was astonished again when he thought about it. They only met briefly back then, yet this person recognized him from such a distance. It was truly unbelievable. I understand that junior brother Han is in a hurry to leave. There must be urgent matters. However, the manpower needed for the task is insufficient, so I have to ask junior brother to assist. Xuan Li said politely. But upon hearing this, Hanley twitched his mouth and couldn't help but think bitterly. As a foundation establishment late-stage cultivator, even if you take out the mobilization order, I can still refuse. But I'm afraid that would earn me a label of disobedience. Thinking like this, Hanley glanced at the other 3 foundation establishment stage cultivators behind Xuan Li and had to answer reluctantly. Since senior brother Xuan said so, Han will naturally comply. However, I have an important matter to report to the sect leader. I hope senior brother Xuan can send someone to deliver the message. Then Han Li recounted everything that happened at Yanling Castle in detail, only glossing over his own escape. But even so, it shocked Xuan Li and the others. They quickly dispatched 2 Qi condensation disciples to deliver letters to various sects, and then continued to lead Han Li on the road with somewhat unpleasant expressions. With their strength, even if they knew that the Yan family had colluded with the demonic path, they didn't dare to demand justice or rescue. They could only leave this hot potato to the people dispatched by the 7 sects. Of course, the authenticity of this news from Han Li still needed to be verified by others. On the way, Han Li finally learned about the mission of this trip from other cultivators. It was to strengthen the guard of a large reserve of spirit stone mines, because the original guards were insufficient to resist the raids of small groups of demonic cultivators. Knowing that the mission wasn't about directly confronting the 6 demon sects, Han Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even if he could return to Yellow Maple Valley, he might be sent out immediately, and the assigned task might not be better than this. Although this mission was still somewhat dangerous, as long as he was careful, the possibility of returning unscathed was still quite high. After all, this spirit stone mine was just one of the larger ones among a dozen, and if the other party wanted to raid the sects, they would probably target the largest ones first. Thinking like this, Han Li's resistance dissipated, and he became quite familiar with Xuan Li and other cultivators in the next few days. Several days later, their group of cultivators finally arrived at a vast wilderness within Yue country's borders. The Spirit Stone Mine was located in a deep canyon in the wilderness, reaching over 100 feet deep. Under Xuan Li's guidance, the group flew directly into the concealed canyon. At the same time, several cultivators from the 7 sects flew out to greet them. The head of the original guards of the Spirit Mine was an elderly man in the early foundation establishment stage, belonging to Heaven's Peak Castle. The other 5 or 6 were only at the Qi condensation level. With such weak guarding force, it was no wonder that the higher-ups of the 7 sects urgently dispatched reinforcements. The elderly man, who called himself Yu Xing, led them into a huge cave in the canyon, where Han Li and the others listened to his detailed explanation of the Spirit Stone Mine's situation. Then, Xuan Li swiftly arranged the defense. He took out a dozen or so array flags and array discs, allowing the cultivators to set up a reversible four fiends formation under the illusion array. Then, he divided Han Li and the other cultivators into teams, taking turns to patrol near the spirit mine to prevent surprise attacks from external enemies. When not on duty, the cultivators could meditate and cultivate their mana. Han Li was very satisfied with Xuan Li's arrangement. This way, he would have time to make up for the gaps in his strength. After experiencing a battle with the ghostly spirit sect's young master, Han Li clearly felt that his previous reliance on agility and strategy to win against opponents was simply insufficient to deal with the huge gap in strength. Faced with formidable opponents like the ghostly spirit sect's young master, everything he had previously relied on seemed feeble. Even the treasures he had placed high hopes on almost fell into the hands of the opponent, failing to reproduce the miraculous effects of the past. If not for the unexpected effect of the azure fire miasma, he would have long been buried in the yellow earth, and even his soul might have been captured by the opponent and subjected to various tortures. Thinking of the terrifying consequences of such a fate, Han Li felt a chill in his heart. He harbored a deep fear of techniques, like the blood corpse great technique. He knew very well that if he were to encounter that ghostly spirit sect's young master again, he would probably be helpless against his techniques. And the Azure Yuan sword technique wasn't cultivated to the nascent soul stage, so its magical powers were simply not enough to counter the opponent's techniques. In this chaotic period of the 6 demon sects invading Yue country and the 7 sects rising up to counterattack, the battles and killings among cultivators would probably become commonplace. In such times, the pursuit of longevity seemed to have become less important, and rapidly increasing one's strength to ensure survival in the turmoil became the primary goal. With this in mind, the cultivation plan he had originally planned had to be changed. The Azure Yuan sword technique would have to be temporarily set aside, and he planned to cultivate the Great Yin technique first, which could significantly enhance his strength. After experiencing the dominance of the mechanical puppet, Han Li believed that even if he only cultivated the first layer of the Great Yin technique, it would be enough to give him some self-defense capabilities. After all, he already had dozens of ready-made mechanical puppets. Of course, he also wanted to study the puppet technique scriptures and hopefully be able to produce some simple mechanical puppets in a short period of time, so that the Great Yin technique could become a sustained combat force during his Foundation establishment period. After thinking it over repeatedly, Han Li felt that his decision was not wrong. So, in addition to his patrol duties, he began to cultivate the Great Yin technique during his free time. At the same time, he also started to experiment with making basic mechanical beasts using the simple materials he had on hand, creatures that could only pounce and bite, similar to dolls. On the wilderness, a lizard several feet long emerged from a weathered rock, ready to begin its day of hunting. However, just as it left its nest and was a few dozen feet away from the rock, a huge yellow monster suddenly leaped out from the sandy soil nearby. With its 2 front claws and mouth, it viciously pounced on the lizard and effortlessly snapped its neck. Then, it picked up the corpse and hurriedly ran off in a certain direction. This monster, with its 4 long claws and tail, sharp mouth, resembled a giant lizard, but its body was stiff. And as it ran, it made creaking sounds, resembling a mechanical puppet. After running for more than a mile, the creature arrived beside a yellow-robed man who was meditating on a flat stone. It dropped the corpse beside the man and ran off again. The yellow-robed man showed no surprise or change in expression. With a calm wave of his hand, the lizard's corpse floated to his side, suspended several feet above the ground, motionless. Then, the yellow-robed man pointed a finger at the lizard's head and chanted some words. Soon, the finger began to emit a faint white light, gradually becoming dazzling. A snap. Seeing that the timing was right, the yellow-robed man let out a low growl. A white line suddenly shot out from his fingertip, piercing deep into the lizard's skull. The man then struggled to pull it back, his expression tense and cautious. Under the careful gaze of the yellow-robed man, the white line hooked out a green light ball from the dead lizard's body, floating lightly, about the size of a thumb. The yellow-robed man was overjoyed at the sight. With a flick of his other hand, a pale yellow small bottle appeared in his palm. Then, with a soft sound, several rays of light shot out from the bottle, wrapping the green light ball and sucking it in. Only then did the yellow-robed man breathe a sigh of relief, wiping the fine sweat from his forehead. Clearly, the previous action had consumed a considerable amount of his energy. This soul-pulling technique is not something that a cultivator in the early foundation establishment stage can easily perform. The success rate is also too low. I can only succeed once every 3 or 4 attempts. Looks like I'll be stuck here all day. The yellow-robed man muttered to himself, looking at the small bottle in his hand with a hint of helplessness on his face. This man was none other than Han Li, practicing the great yin technique. Just like his previous actions, Han Li was collecting the souls of some animals in this wilderness, a practice usually associated with practitioners of the demonic path. However, it appeared in Han Li's case because of his study of the puppet technique scriptures. After initial study of puppet crafting techniques, Han Li discovered that crafting puppets not only required materials commonly used in refining artifacts, but also required the fusion of some living souls and materials to truly succeed. Otherwise, the puppets produced would lack any spirituality, similar to ordinary dolls. The higher the grade of the puppet, the stronger the soul needed to be in order to fully unleash the puppet's effectiveness. Therefore, the puppet technique scriptures also included 3 spells commonly used in the demonic path: soul-pulling technique, soul-condensing technique, and soul-refining technique. Among them, the soul-pulling technique was the spell Han Li had just performed to extract the soul from the corpse. This spell not only had low power and a low success rate, but also could only be used on freshly deceased bodies. Compared to the powerful soul techniques used by practitioners of the demonic path, its power was vastly inferior. However, the only advantage of this spell was its low requirement for spiritual power, making it usable even in the mid-foundation establishment stage. Of course, Han Li, as a cultivator in the early foundation establishment stage, could barely use it, but with a low success rate. The soul condensing technique was a spell for condensing souls. After all, a powerful soul was not easy to find. Usually, higher-level puppets used several dozens or even dozens of powerful souls fused together to form a powerful artificial soul. Although such a soul lacked the innate power of a naturally powerful soul, it was much stronger than using low-level souls. Therefore, this spell was also necessary for studying puppetry. Finally, the soul refining technique was, as its name suggested, a spell for refining and transforming souls. After all, to fuse with a puppet, ordinary souls were not suitable. They needed to be refined in a special way to be suitable for fusion. As for the mechanical beast resembling a lizard, it was the first puppet Han Li successfully crafted with his independent divine sense after studying the Great Yin technique. The soul he fused into it was just a few yellow mice he happened to catch. However, before this, Han Li had failed 7 or 8 times in crafting puppets, and the success rate was not very high. When Han Li used his divine sense to command this puppet to act, the feeling was incredibly strange. It was neither as elusive as manipulating artifacts, nor as real as controlling one's limbs. In fact, his divine sense and this puppet seemed to have a superior-subordinate relationship. His thoughts were transmitted, and the puppet followed his commands, but the specific actions depended on the puppet itself. However, Han Li could clearly sense everything the puppet saw and heard, which delighted him. The first time Han Li manipulated the puppet, he felt a childish excitement. Besides the primary puppet he had crafted himself, he manipulated several higher-level mechanical puppets, indulging in a playtime he had dreamed of as a child. As he manipulated these puppets, Han Li gradually experienced some limitations of mechanical puppets. Firstly, these puppets could only move within a 3-mile radius of himself. Beyond this distance, they would become immobile, and his divine sense would return. Han Li speculated that this was related to the limit of his divine sense's ability to leave his body. This could be improved with higher cultivation and the realm of his spiritual sense. But the next flaw was inherent in puppetry itself and could not be compensated for. It was the delay between receiving commands and acting, which meant they could not move according to his will and could be exploited by opponents in combat. Even with these 2 flaws, puppetry was still extraordinary. With a few more divine senses and mastery of the first layer of the Great Yin technique, Han Li could contend with formidable characters in the foundation establishment stage. After all, with a dozen extra helpers by his side, even at the level of qi condensation, he could more than adequately protect himself. At the very least, He would not fear being overwhelmed by endless hordes of bloodthirsty demons like he was when trapped by the ghostly spirit sect's young master. Because the low-level mechanical puppets only consumed low-grade spirit stones to move. Only powerful puppets like the giant tiger puppet under the command of Huang Long, the seat leader of the 1,000 Bamboo sect, consumed intermediate-grade spirit stones. However, Hanley estimated that it must be a third-level or higher puppet, capable of launching attacks that even several Foundation establishment stage cultivators combined dared not to confront, demonstrating its terrifying power. Unfortunately, this puppet had been turned to ashes by his Thunder Master senior uncle's magic weapon. Otherwise, if obtained, it would undoubtedly be an extremely sharp ace in the hole. Thinking about the benefits of such a giant tiger puppet, Hanley couldn't help but itch to get his hands on one. He became even more focused on crafting mechanical puppets. Finally, after crafting dozens of basic mechanical puppets, Hanley decided to try crafting second-level puppets. These were the main battle puppets he had seen before, used by organizations like the 1,000 Bamboo sect. If he could craft puppets of this level, he would no longer need to worry about the consumption of puppets in the future. However, crafting second-level puppets required materials almost equivalent to those of high-grade artifacts. Especially, a large amount of centuries-old ironwood was the main material for production, which was quite expensive. Actually, if Hanley were in his own cave, cultivating a few aged ironwood trees would not be a problem at all. But now, with responsibilities on his shoulders, Hanley could only reluctantly let others collect a large number of them from the market. Now that the materials were ready, suitable souls still needed to be collected. After all, the most common and numerous yellow mice souls in the gorge were too weak. Even if gathered together, they would not have a significant improvement. Therefore, Hanley set his sights on the natural enemy of the yellow mice, the wilderness lizards. After 3 or 4 months of hard practice, Hanley had already divided several divine senses. So he used these divine senses to manipulate several low-level puppet beasts, sweeping the wilderness and scouring the lizards' nests. That's how the scene began. After collecting the vial containing the lizard souls, Hanley closed his eyes again and continued to practice the Great Yin technique, gradually strengthening his divine sense. This Great Yin technique was the key to using puppetry. Hanley couldn't afford to slack off. But compared to ordinary divine sense techniques, the Great Yin technique was truly incomparable. Ordinary divine sense techniques only split a small part of the original divine sense. The number of divine senses that could be split depended on the strength of one's spiritual sense and couldn't be changed afterward. On the other hand, the Great Yin technique made up for this shortcoming. Through cultivation, it allowed the original divine sense to gradually strengthen, enough to rival those with exceptionally powerful divine senses. The method of splitting divine senses was also much safer and more delicate than ordinary methods. It allowed for finer and more numerous divisions without affecting the normal functioning of the divine sense. In comparison, it was no wonder the members of the Thousand Bamboo sect regarded the Great Yin technique as the foundation of their sect, and senior brother Lin was so eager to learn the mantras of the later 3 layers. According to the Great Yin technique, after cultivating the first layer, splitting the divine sense into more than 10 is not a problem. By the second layer, hundreds can be split, and by the third layer, it's possible to control hundreds of puppets in battle, a situation that even Han Li himself finds somewhat perverse. However, Han Li estimates that this perversity will only last during the foundation establishment stage. After reaching the core formation stage, unless he can craft puppets with the same level of strength as core formation cultivators, controlling more puppets won't withstand a full-force attack from a core formation cultivator. The scene of Thunder Master Uncle sweeping away hundreds of second-level puppets of the Thousand Bamboo sect remains vivid in his memory. Since crafting second-level puppets requires materials equivalent to those used in high-grade artifacts, crafting even higher-level puppets would require at least top-grade artifact materials. This means that core formation cultivators who practice puppetry would need hundreds of top-grade artifact materials just to compete with other core formation cultivators, a fact that leaves Han Li astonished. Moreover, the materials wasted in failed attempts at crafting puppets, along with powerful souls, are not readily available. This is probably one of the main reasons why puppetry is a rare skill even within the Thousand Bamboo sect. After all, the strength of a sect is ultimately evaluated based on the number of core formation cultivators. Even if the disciples in the foundation establishment stage are formidable, they can only dominate a small area and cannot compete with other sects in the realm of core formation cultivators. Of course, all these are just Han Li's speculations after practicing the Great Yin technique and puppetry. However, puppetry significantly increases Han Li's strength during the foundation establishment stage, which is an undeniable fact. Therefore, Han Li is now too preoccupied to consider future events. After all, the Great War that has stirred several countries in the cultivation world has just begun. Not long after Han Li arrived at this spiritual mine as a guard, a major battle broke out between the 6 demonic sects and the 7 factions of Yue Kingdom on a remote mountain. Han Li gradually learned the specific situation. It turned out that the Spirit Beast Mountain among the 7 factions was originally a branch of the demonic sect's Spirit Tamming sect, buried in Yue Kingdom by demonic cultivators thousands of years ago as a hidden pawn. This time, the 6 sects invaded the 7 factions, and this hidden pawn was naturally activated. The demonic cultivators hoped to achieve the same effect as when they captured the kingdoms of Jiang and Cheki in one fell swoop. However, the upper echelons of Spirit Beast Mountain had long refused to recognize themselves as part of the Spirit Tamming sect, let alone accept a new Emperor Supreme. As a result, after discussing with the other 6 factions, They somehow convinced the demonic cultivators to believe that the 7 factions were being attacked and sent people to ambush the faction's disciples. Thousands of attacking cultivators were ambushed halfway by the prepared disciples of the 7 factions and suffered heavy losses, even losing 2 core formation cultivators on the spot. This unexpected blow dealt a heavy blow to the 6 demonic sects, boosting the morale of the 7 factions. However, the 6 sects were infuriated and launched a massive attack. After 7 or 8 battles at the border between Yue Kingdom and the kingdoms of Jiang and Cheki, the casualties of cultivators had reached tens of thousands, with 7 or 8 core formation cultivators falling, a scene of extreme carnage. The terrified expression of the cultivators who came to transport spiritual stones and recounted the incident made Han Li and the other cultivators present shudder, silently grateful not to be involved in such a terrifying conflict. Just imagining the deaths of so many core formation cultivators was chilling enough. However, the 6 demonic sects, as one of the 2 major powers in the southern region, were truly formidable compared to the cultivation world of Yue Kingdom. After 7 or 8 battles, the 7 factions could no longer hold out against the relentless attacks of the demonic sects. If it weren't for the several restrictive formations set up by the 7 factions in advance, they would have been defeated long ago. But even so, the 7 factions couldn't hold out much longer. However, just as Yue Kingdom was on the brink of collapse, the neighboring medium-sized countries of Yuanwu and Zijin finally arrived to support them, as invited by the 7 factions. Before the war with the 6 demonic sects began, the 7 factions wisely sent eloquent emissaries to request assistance from these 2 countries. As soon as the cultivation sects of these 2 countries received the request, fearing that they would also be swallowed up by the demonic sects if Yue Kingdom fell, they readily agreed to the request for assistance and immediately gathered most of their cultivators to rush to the aid. With the joining of cultivators from these 2 countries, the strength of Yue Kingdom and the 6 demonic sects was finally somewhat balanced. Relying on the power of the defensive formations, the 7 factions managed to withstand the demonic sect's attacks. As a result, the situation turned into a stalemate, and the conflict turned into a war of attrition. Although such large-scale battles were becoming rarer, small-scale ambushes increased dramatically in the hinterland of Yue Kingdom and behind the lines of the 6 demonic sects. Especially in areas with raw materials and spiritual stone deposits, these became the primary targets of both the 7 factions and the demonic sects. However, Han Li's spiritual mine, perhaps due to its distance from the border of the conflict, has not been harassed by the enemy so far, which can only be described as a miracle. It's worth noting that other spiritual mines of similar size have been raided 3 or 4 times. Nevertheless, the 7 factions still felt uneasy about this place and sent another group of more than 20 cultivators to reinforce it half a month ago. The leader was a core formation cultivator from Spirit Beast Mountain. With this reinforcement, the defense of the spiritual mine naturally strengthened a lot. But Han Li felt a sense of impending doom, and he became even more diligent in practicing the great yin technique, knowing that he was on the verge of a breakthrough in the first layer. However, among the second group of reinforcements, Han Li unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance, the ugly man Zhang Wu, whom he had met during the blood-colored trial. Zhang Wu also recognized Han Li. However, faced with Han Li's current foundation establishment cultivation, Zhang Wu's expression changed several times, showing surprise, jealousy, admiration, and other emotions. It truly astonished Han Li. In the end, Zhang Wu forced a bitter smile, approached Han Li, and greeted him respectfully as senior brother, somewhat unwillingly. Han Li, suppressing a smile, responded calmly. Thinking back to Zhang Wu's ever-changing expressions at that time, Han Li couldn't help but smile knowingly as he opened his eyes. At this moment, his state of mind was not suitable for continuing to practice the great yin technique. He decided to wait until he calmed down before continuing. Time passed quickly, and in this half-time of vigilance and practicing the great yin technique and making puppet beasts, Han Li spent another month. At this moment, he could clearly sense that he was about to complete the first layer of the great yin technique. This surprised and delighted Han Li. It's worth mentioning that Han Li's aptitude for practicing the 5 elements Taoist arts or the Azure Essence sword art has always been somewhat poor. However, practicing the great yin technique was extremely smooth, without the slightest sense of difficulty. It felt like everything was falling into place effortlessly, which not only excited Han Li but also left him amazed. As for the first second-level puppet, after more than a dozen failures, it was finally successfully crafted 2 days ago. Although it was slightly rougher and less powerful than the puppets of the 1,000 Bamboo sect, it still made Han Li very happy, and he planned to produce a large number of them after obtaining more materials from other cultivators. But today, just as Han Li was meditating in the quiet room, a sharp whistle suddenly came from outside, followed by loud shouts. Bad news. The people from the demonic sects are attacking. Everyone get ready for battle. Han Li's heart sank, and he walked out of the quiet room with a solemn expression. At this time, the cultivators of the 7 factions, who had been meditating in various earth caves, all walked out solemnly like Han Li. After exchanging glances, they walked out of their caves one after another. Xuanai sects Xuanla and the core formation cultivator Lu Tianmeng from Spirit Beast Mountain were floating expressionlessly below the 4 evil array, looking up at the top of the canyon. The dozen or so cultivators on duty behind them were all somewhat uneasy, but when they saw Han Li and the others come out in support, their expressions finally calmed down a bit. Following the gaze of Xuanla and the others, Han Li indeed saw the enemy's presence above the canyon, seeming to number only 2 or 3 dozen. However, Han Li was very clear that since they dared to infiltrate so far behind enemy lines for an ambush, the people who came were probably at the core formation stage, and wouldn't bring chi condensation cultivators with them. So, in terms of strength, they were still at an absolute disadvantage. This battle would probably not be easy to fight. Han Li's side consisted of 9 Foundation establishment cultivators and over 60 chi condensation disciples. Although they were somewhat weaker compared to the opposing force, with the Four Fiends formation as their reliance, they still had the strength to contend. Therefore, at Xuanl's signal, Han Li and the other cultivators flew upward, hiding by the side of the Four Fiends formation, silently observing the movements of the enemy. At this moment, Han Li could see the appearance of the intruders from the Devil Dao more clearly. Most of them were dressed in red and yellow garments, seemingly belonging to 2 different sects. Standing at the forefront were a plain-looking young woman in red and a yellow-robed elder in his 60s or 70s. Their cultivations were not particularly remarkable, appearing to be at the early and late stages of Foundation establishment respectively, smiling at each other as they conversed. Be careful, these people are from the Blazing Demon sect and the Heavenly Fiend sect. Lu Tianmeng, the only one among them with some experience in dealing with the 6 sects, warned the other cultivators solemnly, seemingly wary of these 2 factions. Upon hearing this, Han Li and the other cultivators naturally became even more vigilant. At this moment, the young woman in red stopped talking, and she said a few words indistinctly. Han Li and the others were too far away to hear clearly. However, all the red-robed figures behind the young woman flew forward, slowly approaching the Four Fiends formation below the gorge. At the same time, the yellow-robed elder waved his hand without a word. Suddenly, the yellow-robed cultivators on his side transformed into over a dozen yellow lights, rushing towards the Four Fiends formation below. There seemed to be an intent to strike first. This made Han Li and the others in the Four Fiends formation hold their breath, and some even directly revealed their magic tools. These yellow-robed cultivators wouldn't be foolish enough to charge directly into the formation. Instead, they stopped several dozen feet away from the Four Fiends formation, revealing their figures. Then, various magic tools flew out from these cultivators, aggressively heading towards the formation. The clash between the strange light of the magic tools and the green, red, blue, and yellow 4-colored restrictions of the Four Fiends formation produced bursts of thunderous explosions, causing the faces of the cultivators from the 7 sects below to change slightly. Half of you deal with these people from the Heavenly Fiend sect. Don't let them break the formation. The other half should be on guard against the cultivators from the Blazing Demon sect. Xuanl, the representative from the Concealed Moon sect, pondered for a moment before decisively giving the order. Then he leaped out of the formation, releasing a pure white small sword in advance, transforming into a white rainbow to block a flying knife and a pearl-shaped magic tool outside the Four Fiends formation. Upon hearing this, the cultivators who followed Xuanl's team also released their own magic tools, rushing out of the formation to confront the majority of the enemy's attacks. Han Li naturally joined them. He released the golden cicada mother blade, which he was already proficient in, and several golden lights formed a golden net, directly trapping a long spear-shaped magic tool emitting a green light. Because the cultivator whose magic tool Han Li chose, like him, was only at the early stage of foundation establishment, the battle, although intense with swirling golden and green lights, seemed to be under Han Li's easy control. He could occasionally glance at the other battle groups. The situation seemed manageable. Most of the cultivators on Han Li's side were only at the qi condensation stage, and their magic tools were far inferior to those of the enemy. It took about 5 or 6 people working together to barely withstand the attacks of a foundation establishment cultivator. However, with the protection of the formation, there were no casualties for the time being. As for the other foundation establishment cultivators, like Han Li, they each engaged a yellow-robed opponent in battle. This is the strength of the 6 sects of the Devil Tao. Han Li found it somewhat strange. If the enemy's strength was like this, then it seemed that defending the spiritual mine should not be a problem. As he was thinking this, the red-robed figures from the blazing demon sect finally arrived near the 4 fiends formation. This made Lu Tianmeng and the other cultivators who hadn't taken action, yet immediately vigilant, watching them closely. Some of the younger disciples from the 7 sects even seemed eager to try. The red-robed people did not immediately join the battle, but instead formed a strange formation. Then, under the command of one of them, they all took out a fiery red flag. On the flag, there was a blazing sun with golden flames, emitting a brilliant red light, obviously not an ordinary item. Oh no, these people are flame fiend cultivators. They want to release the Azure Sun Devil fire. Stop them. Lu Tianmeng, seeing the calm demeanor of these red-robed individuals, felt a sense of unease in his heart. When they formed the formation and took out the flag, he immediately recalled the astonishing scene he had witnessed during the 6-sect battle that day, and couldn't help but shout in alarm. Following this, the cultivator from the Spirit Beast Mountain sect rushed out of the formation and hastily threw a leather bag from his waist, releasing 2 flying centipedes several feet long from it. These 2 centipedes had a fierce black and yellow pattern all over their bodies, with a pair of translucent green wings. At the sound of Lu Tianmeng's urgent whistle, they rushed toward the red-robed people with fierce eyes. The other 7-sect cultivators who had not yet acted, although they didn't know what flame fiend cultivators and Azure Sun Devil fire were, they understood that if the leader at the late stage of foundation establishment was reacting like this, it must be something serious. So they immediately followed suit and took action. Especially several foundation establishment cultivators, who closely followed behind Lu Tianmeng. Their magic tools also rushed towards the red-robed people, along with the 2 poisonous centipedes. At this moment, before the 2 centipedes reached the red-robed people, something shocking happened. Before the poisonous mist could be expelled from the mouth of one of the giant centipedes, several slender silver lights flashed on its body. Then, following the traces of these lights, its body suddenly split into several pieces, falling apart. Before the stunned seven-sect cultivators could react, the same thing happened to the other centipede. This made Lu Tianmeng's face pale with shock, and he hurriedly stopped and took out a small shield, directly offering it in front of him. The other cultivators behind him also displayed various defensive magic tools and talismans in horror, afraid of following in the footsteps of the centipedes. But even more astonishing things happened. Some of the magic tools that followed the centipedes and were about to attack suddenly encountered numerous fine silver threads appearing out of thin air. These threads tightly wrapped around the magic tools, rendering them unable to move at all. As a result, the seven-sect cultivators who had just rushed out of the formation looked at each other in astonishment, not knowing what to do for a moment. Quick, use the spirit light technique. There are other people in front of those red-robed individuals, and they are using some kind of invisibility technique. A Foundation establishment cultivator who had lost his magic tools exclaimed, his eyes flashing blue light, and shouted in horror. These words made the other cultivators suddenly realize. However, only Foundation establishment cultivators could use the spirit light technique, while chi condensation cultivators could only watch helplessly. Han Li was also using the spirit light technique to look around. He had seen everything just now and was equally amazed. Now, with the reminder from others, he carefully looked around with the spirit light technique and indeed saw several faint white figures in front of the red-robed individuals holding the large flags. These figures were holding long swords or similar weapons in one hand and releasing silver threads with the other hand, controlling the magic tools that couldn't move. At this moment, after discovering the white figures, Lu Tianmeng and the other cultivators, despite using various spells and magic tools, were still unable to break through the defense of the white figures. Because no matter what kind of magic or technique they used, it seemed to have little effect on the white figures, almost like they were immortal. Fortunately, these white figures only used their weapons to quickly chop and attack, as well as releasing silver threads with their other hand. As long as they were careful to avoid getting close, there would be no major problem. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would attack whom. What on earth are these things? Han Li was greatly astonished. These figures were obviously not ordinary humans. Could they be some kind of refined spirits? As he pondered this, he casually commanded the golden blade in front of him. This indifferent attitude finally annoyed the middle-aged cultivator from the heavenly fiend sect. With a dark expression, he commanded the green halberd to entangle with Han Li's golden blade. At the same time, without a word, he patted his storage pouch, and a spinning white bead flew out from it. As soon as this bead was released, it swelled up to the size of a house in the wind and fiercely smashed towards Han Li. Although Han Li was somewhat distracted, how could he not notice such a big movement from the other party? With one hand, he casually slashed out a green sword aura, which directly struck the bead, causing it to stutter and be unable to approach for a moment. Then Han Li took out a pair of black dragon seizes from his storage pouch, which replaced the sword aura that was about to dissipate, firmly blocking the opponent's bead once again, forming a stalemate. This made the cultivator from the Heavenly Fiend sect extremely angry, but he was also helpless for a while. So now, Lu Tianmeng's anxious shout made Han Li's heart tremble, and he quickly looked to the side again. He saw that the red-robed people had stopped chanting and were now lifting their flags diagonally towards the sky. Faint blue flames were already emerging from the flag tips. So this is the Azure Sun Devil Fire. Han Li widened his eyes, staring fixedly at the blue flames, feeling somewhat uneasy. And seeing that the Heavenly Fiend sect cultivator, who was about to succeed, was gradually sinking in his heart. But the white figures in front of him were not something that could be easily broken through in a short time. Retreat, everyone retreat back to the formation. Lu Tianmeng saw the green flames on those large flags getting thicker and thicker. In a moment of urgency, he suddenly shouted loudly and took the lead to retreat back towards the formation behind. The cultivators beside him, upon hearing his words, instinctively followed the lead of this leader and retreated back. Seeing this scene, Xuan'el didn't hesitate to give the same order to retreat. However, the cultivators on Han Li's side, except for a small portion who were firmly in control and could withdraw at any time, the rest were all entangled desperately by the enemy and couldn't escape at all. Han Li's opponents were equally aggressive, trying to restrain him. But Han Li sneered coldly, withdrew his other magic tools, and summoned the white scale shield, skillfully resisting the opponent's attacks and easily returning to the formation. This made the cultivator from the Heavenly Fiend sect outside the formation have no choice but to stop in frustration. Seeing that more than half of his team was still unable to break free from the formation, and the battle outside was getting fiercer, Xuan'el realized that the situation was not good. He wanted to go out and assist the other cultivators, but just as he was about to move, he was stopped by Lu Tianmeng. It's too late. The Azure Sun Devil Fire has already been summoned by the other party. Lu Tianmeng's face was grim as he shook his head and said. Only then did Han Li, who heard these words, notice that the red-clothed individuals holding the large flags had emitted thick green flames from the flag tips. Over a dozen streams of green flames shot into the sky, converging into a huge green fireball several dozen feet in diameter, gently floating in the air and swaying majestically, extremely dazzling. This. After a moment of astonishment, Xuan'el was about to say something. However, the actions of the red-clothed individuals below immediately made his expression extremely unsightly. The red-clothed individuals each pointed their flag tips towards the 7 sect cultivators still entangled outside the formation. Suddenly, with a muffled sound, the huge fireball turned into more than 10 small fireballs several feet long, directly rushing towards these cultivators. These green fireballs were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they fiercely flew towards the 7 sect cultivators. These people had already noticed the abnormality of the large fireball and instinctively used various magic tools to intercept the green fireballs. A few of them even used talismans to launch Taoist attacks, all trying to knock down these objects. Unfortunately, since these green flames were called Azure Sun Devil Fire, they were truly terrifying. Whether it was magic tools or Taoist attacks, as soon as they touched the green fireballs, they were silently dissolved into nothingness, just like moths to a flame. Seeing this unbelievable scene, the cultivators' faces turned as white as snow. Before they could think further, more than 10 fireballs simultaneously hit them. Their defensive magic spells and shields were all shattered upon contact. In an instant, they were turned into nothingness under the devil fire, leaving no trace in this world. Seeing this horrifying scene, the remaining cultivators who hadn't been attacked immediately panicked. They were willing to risk being severely injured by the heavenly fiend sect cultivators on the other side, or even abandon their entangled magic tools, just to escape to the formation. However, in their panic, 2 or 3 people directly died under the opponent's magic tools. As a result, just as they tried to retreat, the 7-sect side and the opposing side had just made contact, and they had already lost nearly a dozen Qi condensation disciples and a Foundation establishment cultivator, which was a heavy loss. But the power of the Azure Sun Devil Fire was not only this. Under the control of the red-clothed individuals, these green fireballs once again merged into a whole, and then transformed into a wave of green flames rushing towards the 4 fiends' formation. Now, all the people hiding in the formation had changed their faces, and panic spread among all the cultivators. Seeing this, Xuan'el frowned tightly and directly asked Lu Tianmeng, "Brother Lu, what is this green fire? How could a Foundation establishment cultivator release such terrifying true fire? Shouldn't the restrictions of the formation be able to withstand the impact of this fire?" Lu Tianmeng listened to the other party's series of questions, feeling bitter in his heart. But seeing other cultivators all looking at him attentively, he could only explain helplessly. To be honest with you all, when I was fighting on the border that day, I only occasionally saw the terrifying power of this Azure Sun Devil Fire. As for whether the formation can withstand it, I really can't speculate. But later, I heard some seniors mention that this kind of devil fire is not something that can be released casually. Not only does it require these flame fiend cultivators to cultivate the Azure Sun Devil Fire technique, but each release also comes at the cost of their own cultivation. That's why it's so difficult to resist. Lu Tianmeng's words made Xuan'el and the other cultivators look at each other with dismay, showing frustration on their faces. At this moment, the green flames finally collided with the 4-colored restrictions of the formation, emitting a low, dull explosion sound, immediately attracting everyone's attention. They saw wave after wave of green flames continuously bombarding the 4-colored light curtain, causing it to ripple incessantly. But fortunately, it finally resisted the terrifying flames, which relieved the 7-sect cultivators in the formation for a moment. However, Han Li and the others didn't relax for long before they became tense again. Because as time passed, the 4-colored light curtain was gradually dimming under the repeated washing of the green flames, which was obviously a sign that the formation was about to break. Although the red-clothed individuals were also sweating profusely and waving their flags, they could obviously sustain it for a while longer. Now all the cultivators in the formation were desperately racking their brains, trying to think of a way to retreat or break free. According to the situation of other spiritual minds being attacked, the 7-sect cultivators who fell into the hands of the devil Tao, although not immediately killed, would be immediately transported to the enemy's rear. No one knew how they would be treated as captives by the devil Tao people. But the grudge between the 7 sects and the 6 sects of the devil Tao had deepened to the point of no return. How could they easily treat the enemy's captives kindly? Especially since the other party was particularly adept at cruel methods like soul extraction and mind refining, which made the 7-sect cultivators extremely uneasy. Therefore, surrendering was not an option unless absolutely necessary. I know of an underground passage that leads directly dozens of miles away. It should be enough for us to escape. Elder Yu Xing, who had been stationed here for more than 10 years, suddenly spoke calmly. His words were like a huge rock stirring up waves, immediately causing Xuan'el and the other cultivators to be surprised. But then they became excited. Elder Yu, is it true? That's great. We can finally escape. We're saved. The originally anxious 7-sect cultivators, in a blink of an eye, regained their vitality and couldn't contain their joy. Han Li was also extremely surprised. After all, he had no way to deal with those green devil flames. Even if he wanted to fight desperately, he wouldn't know where to start. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Xuan'el and Lu Tianmeng once again confirmed the authenticity of the underground passage from Elder Yu's mouth, and then hesitantly gave the order to retreat again. As for the spiritual mine, they didn't need to worry. At most, the other party would completely destroy the entrance, making it impossible for the mine to supply spiritual stones in a short period of time. The spiritual stones inside the mine couldn't be taken away by the devil Tao people. Even the ordinary miners wouldn't be harmed by the warring parties in general. So all they had to do was leave without any worries. In this way, Han Li and the other cultivators guarding the mine, more than 50 people in total, followed Elder Yu Xing into a certain underground passage of the spiritual mine. However, just as they entered the underground passage, everyone felt a slight tremor in the entire gorge. The Four Fiends formation has been broken, Xuan'el said expressionlessly. Immediately, the footsteps of the cultivators became much faster. Inside the tunnel, illuminated by the moonstone held by the cultivators, it was bright. Looking at the pitted walls around the tunnel, it was evident that this tunnel was entirely artificially excavated, which surprised the cultivators. According to Elder Yu's introduction, this tunnel was originally a very long vein of spiritual stones, so it was inadvertently dug out by those who collected spiritual stones, and it was directly connected to the exit on the other side. Fortunately, this tunnel was so long that Elder Yu remembered it vividly. Otherwise, there would be no way out today. Other cultivators nodded in agreement. But just then, the tunnel suddenly shook violently, and with several deafening rumbling sounds, it began to collapse little by little. In the terrified eyes of the cultivators, countless rocks and soil directly buried them underneath, plunging the entire underground world into darkness. Several hours later, in a certain natural stone cave in the underground world, a large hole broke through the stone wall with a loud noise. Then, a lizard-like puppet beast rushed out of the hole, glanced around, and then jumped back into the hole. After a mealtime, the lizard puppet beast rushed out of the hole in the wall again. But this time, a person crawled out from behind it, who was none other than Han Li, who had narrowly escaped death from the collapse. Standing up, Han Li looked around at the surroundings, his face showing a relieved expression of having survived a disaster.